resolutions of the OIC summit and to draw up programs and submit proposals designed to increase the capability of the Muslim countries in science and technology. The ultimate aim is to build and nourish a scientific culture in addition to using science and technology as a major contributor to socio-economic development and rapid industrialization. The objectives of comstech include assessment of human and material resources of member states and identification of scientific and technological needs and requirements of the Ummah. Building indigenous capabilities of member states in the fields of science and technology through cooperation and mutual assistance. Enhancement of cooperation and coordination in scientific and technological fields amongst the OIC member states with a view to achieving collective competence in science and technology for solutions of the problems of the OIC member states. And creation of an effective institutional structure for planning, research, development, and monitoring of scientific and technological activities at national, regional, and international levels. Comstech works in close collaboration with OIC institutions, member states, and their scientific and technological institutions, and also works with international organizations. Comstech has established Islamic World Academy of Sciences in Amman, Jordan, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Space Sciences and Technology in Karachi, Pakistan, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Water Resources Development and Management in Amman, Jordan, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Oceanography in Izmir, Turkey, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Tropical Medicine in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Information Technology in Islamabad, Pakistan, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Biosaline Agriculture in Dubai, UAE, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Virtual Universities in Tehran, Iran, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Science and Technology Parks in Rasht, Iran, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Nanotechnology in Tehran, Iran, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Environment in Khartoum, Sudan, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Veterinary Science Research in Khartoum, Sudan, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Renewable Energy Resources in Niamey, Niger, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology in Cairo, Egypt.
Comstech has been headed by distinguished scientists of Pakistan with international repute since its inception. Dr. M.A. Qazi was the first Coordinator General of Comstech and served from 1988 to 1996. Professor Dr. Ataur Rahman led Comstech from 1996 to 2012. During Dr. Atta's tenure, among many other distinctive achievements, Comstech got a state-of-the-art building, headquarters of Comstech situated on Constitution Avenue, Islamabad. Professor Dr. Javed Lagari and Dr. Tariq Banori have served Comstech with additional charge of Coordinator General. Dr. Shaukat Hamid Khan, a physicist, remained Coordinator General of Comstech for 4 years, from 2014 to 2018. In April 2020, H.E. Dr. Arif Alvi, President of Pakistan, appointed Professor Dr. M. Iqbal Chaudhry, a renowned scientist of Pakistan in the field of medicinal chemistry, as Coordinator General Comstech. Dr. Iqbal has been honored by the Presidents of Pakistan with Hilal-e-Imtiaz, Sitara-e-Imtiaz, Tamgha-e-Imtiaz for his untiring service to Pakistan in the area of science and technology. Dr. Iqbal is currently heading Comstech as Coordinator General.
This is a short introduction to Comstech. For detailed activities, please visit www.comstech.org. The beautiful building of Comstech headquarters is located at Constitutional Avenue, right opposite of the Prime Minister's office and Supreme Court of Pakistan, in Pakistan's capital, Islamabad, one of the most beautiful capital cities of the world. Comstech building consists upon 6 floors and 2 basements. It is divided into 2 parts, one for secretarial and R&D activities and the other for boarding and lodging. Secretarial portion. The secretarial portions have 3 dedicated floors for R&D activities like seminars, conferences, and workshops. There are state-of-the-art lecture rooms and IT labs and refreshment corners on these floors. 2 floors are dedicated to secretarial staff offices. At rooftop, there is a beautiful garden overlooking the Margla Hills with crystal dining hall. Boarding and lodging area. The other side of the building is dedicated to boarding and lodging. It consists upon 30 rooms with single and double bed options available, along with leisure areas and a small gym, while a cafeteria is located at the ground floor. Comstech Auditorium is one of the best in the capital city with over 235 seating capacity. It is equipped with state-of-the-art audio and video recording systems. It has large projection screen displays. It has 2 adjacent entrances to ease congestion, enough room for media persons, reporters, and cameramen. Comstech Auditorium have separate soundproof rooms for interpretation equipped with the latest technologies. It also has attached 2 separate meeting rooms for sideline meetings and a large indoor space for dining and refreshments. This is a best place to organize seminars, conferences, exhibitions, and like activities. Being in the center of capital city, Comstech enjoys an added advantage of being highly secured. The Comstech headquarters building is equipped with the best technologies currently available. It has central heating and cooling system, 24 hours internet connectivity, video conferencing facility, electricity backup system, fire alarm system, dedicated well-equipped conference rooms, meeting rooms, lecture halls, and IT labs, and after all, a highly dedicated and cooperative team. For further details, feel free to visit Comstech website at www.comstech.org. Comstech, the Ministerial Standing Committee on Scientific and Technological Cooperation of the OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation, was established by the Third Islamic Summit of OIC held at Makkah, Saudi Arabia in January 1981. The President of Pakistan is Chairman of Comstech. The structure of the Comstech consists upon the General Assembly, Executive Committee, General Secretariat, and Comstech Secretariat. The President of Pakistan chairs Comstech as ex officio chairman and the Prime Minister as the co-chairman. Comstech General Assembly is composed of all the member states of the OIC represented by the Ministers of Science and Technology or other nominated representatives, the Secretary General of OIC and the Coordinator General of Comstech. The chairman nominates member states for the Executive Committee for a 4-year term. The Coordinator General is the Chief Executive Officer of Comstech Secretariat, who is assisted by the advisors and other required staff. Comstech is situated in Islamabad, the capital of Pakistan. The mandate of Comstech is to strengthen cooperation among OIC member states in science and technology and enhance their capabilities through training in emerging areas, undertake follow-up actions and implementations of resolutions of the OIC Summit, and to draw up programs and submit proposals designed to increase the capability of the Muslim countries in science and technology. The ultimate aim is to build and nourish a scientific culture in addition to using science and technology as a major contributor to socio-economic development and rapid industrialization. The objectives of Comstech include assessment of human and material resources of member states and identification of scientific and technological needs and requirements of the Ummah. Building indigenous capabilities of member states in the fields of science and technology through cooperation and mutual assistance. enhancement of cooperation and coordination in scientific and technological fields amongst the OIC member states with a view to achieving collective competence in science and technology for solutions of the problems of the OIC member states, and creation of an effective institutional structure for planning, research, development, and monitoring of scientific and technological activities at national, regional, and international levels. Comstech works in close collaboration with OIC institutions, member states, and their scientific and technological institutions, and also works with international organizations. Comstech has established Islamic World Academy of Sciences in Amman, Jordan, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Space Sciences and Technology in Karachi, Pakistan, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Water Resources Development and Management in Amman, Jordan, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Oceanography in Izmir, Turkey, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Tropical Medicine in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Information Technology in Islamabad, Pakistan, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Biosaline Agriculture in Dubai, UAE, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Virtual Universities in Tehran, Iran, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Science and Technology Parks in Rasht, Iran, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Nanotechnology in Tehran, Iran, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Environment in Khartoum, Sudan, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Veterinary Science Research in Khartoum, Sudan, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Renewable Energy Resources in Niamey, Niger, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology in Cairo, Egypt.
Comstack has been headed by distinguished scientists of Pakistan with international repute since its inception. Dr. M.A. Qazi was the first Coordinator General of Comstack and served from 1988 to 1996. Professor Dr. Ataur Rahman led Comstack from 1996 to 2012. During Dr. Ata's tenure, among many other distinctive achievements, Comstack got a state-of-the-art building, headquarters of Comstack situated on Constitution Avenue, Islamabad. Professor Dr. Javed Lagari and Dr. Tariq Banori have served Comstack with additional charge of Coordinator General. Dr. Shaukat Hamid Khan, a physicist, remained Coordinator General of Comstack for 4 years, from 2014 to 2018. In April 2020, H.E. Dr. Arif Alvi, President of Pakistan, appointed Professor Dr. M. Iqbal Chaudhry, a renowned scientist of Pakistan in the field of medicinal chemistry, as Coordinator General Comstack. Dr. Iqbal has been honored by the Presidents of Pakistan with Hilal-e-Imtiaz, Sitara-e-Imtiaz, Tamgha-e-Imtiaz for his untiring service to Pakistan in the area of science and technology. Dr. Iqbal is currently heading Comstack as Coordinator General.
This is a short introduction to Comstech. For detailed activities, please visit www.comstech.org. The beautiful building of Comstech headquarters is located at Constitutional Avenue, right opposite of the Prime Minister's office and Supreme Court of Pakistan, in Pakistan's capital, Islamabad, one of the most beautiful capital cities of the world. Comstech building consists upon 6 floors and 2 basements. It is divided into 2 parts, one for secretarial and R&D activities and the other for boarding and lodging. Secretarial portion. The secretarial portions have 3 dedicated floors for R&D activities like seminars, conferences, and workshops. There are state-of-the-art lecture rooms and IT labs and refreshment corners on these floors. Two floors are dedicated to secretarial staff offices. At rooftop, there is a beautiful garden overlooking the Margla Hills with crystal dining hall. boarding and lodging area. The other side of the building is dedicated to boarding and lodging. It consists upon 30 rooms with single and double bed options available, along with leisure areas and a small gym, while a cafeteria is located at the ground floor. Comstech Auditorium is one of the best in the capital city with over 235 seating capacity. It is equipped with state-of-the-art audio and video recording systems. It has large projection screen displays. It has 2 adjacent entrances to ease congestion, enough room for media persons, reporters, and cameramen. Comstech Auditorium have separate soundproof rooms for interpretation equipped with the latest technologies. It also has attached 2 separate meeting rooms for sideline meetings and a large indoor space for dining and refreshments. This is a best place to organize seminars, conferences, exhibitions, and like activities. Being in the center of capital city, Comstech enjoys an added advantage of being highly secured. The Comstech headquarters building is equipped with the best technologies currently available. It has central heating and cooling system, 24 hours internet connectivity, video conferencing facility, electricity backup system, fire alarm system, dedicated well-equipped conference rooms, meeting rooms, lecture halls, and IT labs, and after all, a highly dedicated and cooperative team. For further details, feel free to visit Comstech website at www.comstech.org. Comstech, the Ministerial Standing Committee on Scientific and Technological Cooperation of the OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation, was established by the Third Islamic Summit of OIC held at Makkah, Saudi Arabia in January 1981. The President of Pakistan is Chairman of Comstech. The structure of the Comstech consists upon the General Assembly, Executive Committee, General Secretariat, and Comstech Secretariat. The President of Pakistan chairs Comstech as ex officio chairman and the Prime Minister as the co-chairman. Comstech General Assembly is composed of all the member states of the OIC represented by the Ministers of Science and Technology or other nominated representatives, the Secretary General of OIC and the Coordinator General of Comstech. The chairman nominates member states for the Executive Committee for a 4-year term. The Coordinator General is the Chief Executive Officer of Comstech Secretariat, who is assisted by the advisors and other required staff. Comstech is situated in Islamabad, the capital of Pakistan. The mandate of Comstech is to strengthen cooperation among OIC member states in science and technology and enhance their capabilities through training in emerging areas, undertake follow-up actions and implementations of resolutions of the OIC Summit, and to draw up programs and submit proposals designed to increase the capability of the Muslim countries in science and technology. The ultimate aim is to build and nourish a scientific culture in addition to using science and technology as a major contributor to socio-economic development and rapid industrialization. The objectives of Comstech include assessment of human and material resources of member states and identification of scientific and technological needs and requirements of the Ummah. Building indigenous capabilities of member states in the fields of science and technology through cooperation and mutual assistance. Enhancement of cooperation and coordination in scientific and technological fields amongst the OIC member states with a view to achieving collective competence in science and technology for solutions of the problems of the OIC member states. And creation of an effective institutional structure for planning, research, development, and monitoring of scientific and technological activities at national, regional, and international levels. Comstech works in close collaboration with OIC institutions, member states, and their scientific and technological institutions, and also works with international organizations. Comstech has established Islamic World Academy of Sciences in Amman, Jordan, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Space Sciences and Technology in Karachi, Pakistan, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Water Resources Development and Management in Amman, Jordan, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Oceanography in Izmir, Turkey, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Tropical Medicine in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Information Technology in Islamabad, Pakistan, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Biosaline Agriculture in Dubai, UAE, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Virtual Universities in Tehran, Iran, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Science and Technology Parks in Rasht, Iran, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Nanotechnology in Tehran, Iran, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Environment in Khartoum, Sudan, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Veterinary Science Research in Khartoum, Sudan, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Renewable Energy Resources in Niamey, Niger, Comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology in Cairo, Egypt.
Comstack has been headed by distinguished scientists of Pakistan with international repute since its inception. Dr. M.A. Qazi was the first Coordinator General of Comstack and served from 1988 to 1996. Professor Dr. Ataur Rahman led Comstack from 1996 to 2012. During Dr. Ata's tenure, among many other distinctive achievements, Comstack got a state-of-the-art building, headquarters of Comstack situated on Constitution Avenue, Islamabad. Professor Dr. Javed Lagari and Dr. Tariq Banori have served Comstack with additional charge of Coordinator General. Dr. Shaukat Hamid Khan, a physicist, remained Coordinator General of Comstack for 4 years, from 2014 to 2018. In April 2020, H.E. Dr. Arif Alvi, President of Pakistan, appointed Professor Dr. M. Iqbal Chaudhry, a renowned scientist of Pakistan in the field of medicinal chemistry, as Coordinator General Comstack. Dr. Iqbal has been honored by the Presidents of Pakistan with Hilal-e-Imtiaz, Sitara-e-Imtiaz, Tamgha-e-Imtiaz for his untiring service to Pakistan in the area of science and technology. Dr. Iqbal is currently heading Comstack as Coordinator General.
This is a short introduction to Comstech. For detailed activities, please visit www.comstech.org. The beautiful building of Comstech headquarters is located at Constitutional Avenue, right opposite of the Prime Minister's office and Supreme Court of Pakistan, in Pakistan's capital, Islamabad, one of the most beautiful capital cities of the world. Comstech building consists upon 6 floors and 2 basements. It is divided into 2 parts, one for secretarial and R&D activities and the other for boarding and lodging. Secretarial portion. The secretarial portions have 3 dedicated floors for R&D activities like seminars, conferences, and workshops. There are state-of-the-art lecture rooms and IT labs and refreshment corners on these floors. Two floors are dedicated to secretarial staff offices. At rooftop, there is a beautiful garden overlooking the Margla Hills with crystal dining hall. Boarding and lodging area. The other side of the building is dedicated to boarding and lodging. It consists upon 30 rooms with single and double bed options available, along with leisure areas and a small gym, while a cafeteria is located at the ground floor. Comstech Auditorium is one of the best in the capital city with over 235 seating capacity. It is equipped with state-of-the-art audio and video recording systems. It has large projection screen displays. It has 2 adjacent entrances to ease congestion, enough room for media persons, reporters, and cameramen. Comstech Auditorium have separate soundproof rooms for interpretation equipped with the latest technologies. It also has attached 2 separate meeting rooms for sideline meetings and a large indoor space for dining and refreshments. This is a best place to organize seminars, conferences, exhibitions, and like activities. Being in the center of capital city, Comstech enjoys an added advantage of being highly secured. The Comstech headquarters building is equipped with the best technologies currently available. It has central heating and cooling system, 24 hours internet connectivity, video conferencing facility, electricity backup system, fire alarm system, dedicated well-equipped conference rooms, meeting rooms, lecture halls, and IT labs, and after all, a highly dedicated and cooperative team. For further details, feel free to visit Comstech website at www.comstech.org. Comstech, the Ministerial Standing Committee on Scientific and Technological Cooperation of the OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation, was established by the Third Islamic Summit of OIC held at Makkah, Saudi Arabia in January 1981. The President of Pakistan is Chairman of Comstech. The structure of the Comstech consists upon the General Assembly, Executive Committee, General Secretariat, and Comstech Secretariat. The President of Pakistan chairs Comstech as ex officio chairman and the Prime Minister as the co-chairman.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to mention. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Hazima Mozam and I welcome you all to International Seminar on Herbal and Traditional Medicine, a sustainable alternate for the greener future. Indeed, it is a matter of pride and delight for me to host our honorable guests, distinguished speakers, and participants here today. This event is a joint effort of Comstech and Embassy of Indonesia in Pakistan. We will begin today with the recitation from Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallah. This event is organized today to share best knowledge, practices, and resources in the field of herbal and traditional medicine. We will have speakers from Pakistan, Indonesia, China, and UK delivering lectures in this event in person and online. I would like to use this opportunity to welcome a 12-member delegation from University of Sumatra, Indonesia to Islamabad and Comstech specifically. Welcome. And with this, I would request His Excellency, Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General Comstech, for his welcome address, please.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Please don't mind my husky voice. Sometimes it really feels good, right? Because I've been traveling a lot and I don't know which exotic viruses I'm carrying with me, so be careful. Okay, so let me begin by thanking my very dear brother, Excellency Ambassador of Indonesia, Mr. Adam Togyo. This is his brainchild. He wanted to discuss this very important topic on herbal and alternative medicine, its present and future role. And in fact, he was just showing me this wonderful book. The second book came out of his ingenuity, which is based on the spices of Indonesia and the traditions together with Pakistan. And there is a full chapter on the economy of herbal medicine. So he is already very much in it, deeply connected to this extremely important system of medicine, the age-old healing practices of human wisdom. You see, we are very fortunate to have with us several important people, including the Director of Pharmacy Services from Drug Regulatory Authority of Pakistan, and many more who have decided to come and attend this important seminar with the objective that we will try to understand in this short deliberation of few hours, what is the role of alternative and herbal medicine in the modern world. We all understand that herbal medicine has played an extremely important role from the antiquity, from the ancient times, that this was the only healing system which was available to people for the treatment of various ailments. And it has developed almost independently in different parts of the world, including Indonesia, Pakistan, and others. There are a very large number of traditional system of medicine, very well documented, and they all need to be conserved because one fact, which is very important. Excellency, there is no one single system of medicine which is capable of treating all diseases. Bottom line. And if there is no one single system which can treat all diseases, one has to benefit from the other systems of medicine. Is extremely important because without that, we will not be able to give justice or provide and adequate health services to the masses. And that is the reason why WHO, World Health Organization, places extremely important emphasis on traditional herbal practices. Now, you see this thing happening all around the world, but in particularly countries like ours, where we have unbroken tradition of the use of herbal medicines, as well as resources, we are in a very spatial advantageous position. You go to Europe and you'll find that they long forgotten their traditional systems of medicine. They do not have resources because they have cut jungles and they have fast industrialization has led to nothing but concrete. But in our countries like Indonesia and Pakistan, we still are the custodian of a very important knowledge base. And that is the reason why it is important for us to work in this field. So the topic is extremely important, that we need to understand the current system of medicine, which we call so-called Western system of medicine, is neither sustainable nor inclusive. I'll give you a few reasons of it. You see, the Western system of medicine is based on fossil fuel. They are synthetic medicines. And fossil fuel are non-renewable. So the resource base is fast depleting. Secondly, synthetic medicine, which we are using currently in the name of Western medicines, are synthesized by extremely toxic processes with the use of lots of solvents, catalysts, and reagents, which are very, very dangerous. And they pollute the environment also. The third is pharmaceutical business today is a business. It's not for human use. So you would not really find many medicines coming for common diseases. You know, malaria is one example in which you don't really hardly find any effective medicine coming. The same is true for other tropical medicines. So the fact is that this medicine is a pure business which is based on money, and that is designed to earn money, not to meet the human need. Is also non-inclusive because it doesn't really include the prevalent diseases of the poor people. The fourth is that the system of medicine is based on a very simple fact of managing diseases, not the treatment. And there are so many health experts sitting here. They'll tell you that you develop a chronic disease and they will give you medicines to maintain it and manage it. So there is no treatment for diabetes, no treatment for cardiovascular disorders, hypertension, dementia, pain, arthritis of different kinds. You just live with it. So this system of medicine is designed as a business, not for the treatment of many, many chronic diseases. And that is the reason why it is important for us to go back to the nature. And that is an area in which we will try to address today, inshallah, with many good presentations from different resource persons. This was the idea of Excellency the Ambassador. He said, I wanted to understand and I want people to appreciate that herbal system of medicines are gentle and need to be perceived as a good system of medicine. And that is where we will emphasize the challenges, the strengths, weaknesses, limitations of herbal system of medicine. Now, we're very fortunate that since Excellency has taken over as the ambassador of Indonesia, we have been able to achieve a lot together. So Comstech is working closely with Indonesian Embassy and has done many things, right from the beginning. We have been working closely with the ambassador, and we were able to have many events, initiatives, including scholarships, the exchange of scholars. We have 12 bright scholars, young scholars came from University of Sumatra, Utara. Many more are coming from Erlangga, UST, and others. So we will have about average of 30 of them visiting various institutions of the country. We have this very active collaboration. Our Comstech Virology Fellowship Scheme has been very, very successful, that we were able to send people out with the help of the ambassador to one of the most premier institutions in virology in Bandung, called OIC Center for Excellence for Virology and Vaccine Development. And then we have another very important event coming forth, in which we're planning to have a large-scale discussion on how to develop products from herbal medicine. So it has been a constantly engaging experience of young people, exchange of scientists, industries, and focusing on lots of very important areas. I won't take much of your time. I just wanted to convey one thing, that for future, herbal medicine is the only way forward because of 5 important reasons. That is, they are based on renewable resources. So you can get them from plants, and if plants are not available, or if you don't want to deplete the plant sources, you can generate them in bioreactors. So you can literally generate them in bioreactors, the plant cell suspension culture. Second is that with the addition of science, you can prove standardization, efficacy, and safety of these medicines, and they become full-fledged, ethical, very high-quality medicine. The third is that they have perceived gentleness, so many of them are devoid of side effects and be able to treat many diseases without affecting the human health adversely. And fourth, perhaps most important one, is as inclusive, because the traditional knowledge which we have in our countries can form the basis of finding treatments which are of poor man diseases, and that make the system extremely important. And fifth, perhaps, this is awareness, So Excellency was showing me a chart, one page. There are literally billions of dollars of business. So it's not only that 80% of the human population rely on herbal medicine, but also there are over $150 billion business. You go to GNC, you go to Body Shop. What are these? These personal care items, feel good substances, fragrances, these are all natural products. Why can't we go into it? We are the custodian of knowledge and resources. And I think there is where we need to work on product development. We need to work on product development on the basis of science. This event of today is a good, long, large-scale engagement, which we are beginning to have, inshallah, with Indonesia, the custodian of the largest number of plant resources in the world, as well as marine resources. Being one of the largest countries of the world, Indonesia is the custodian of the nature of the world, and this is where we need to work with Indonesia. So, Excellency, thank you very much for guiding us through. Thank you for your spirit and commitment, and thank you for your wisdom. Thank you, all of you, for coming. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful remarks. Now, I would request Honorable His Excellency, Mr. Adam Tokyo, Ambassador of Republic of Indonesia to Pakistan, for his remarks, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry, esteemed panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, it is indeed a privilege and honor for me to be here and in front of from Indonesia who traveled from Jakarta to join the scholarship program organized by Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry. And I should thank him for his initiative and in bringing more of Indonesian students to know more about the Pakistans and the resource of the Pakistans, the knowledge of Pakistans, which I think people all over the world need to know. The strength of Pakistan in terms of the technology, in terms of the scientific and all related to the academic achievement. Let me also thank Professor Chaudhry for his kind word addresses to me. And I think I learned a lot from my engagement with him in the last almost 2 years when I first arrived in Pakistan. When he mentions about the ideas of this, I think what started me to think about it when I look at the facts that Indonesia and Pakistan, I think we know that we are the biggest two Muslim majorities countries, but beyond that, there's a lot of similarities. Last year, we published a book portraying the similarities in terms of the cultures, which attracts more positive response. But one thing that I learned, Pakistan and Indonesia also share a lot in our fonts to spices. We love spices very much. And even to be honest with you, Pakistani people are more generous in using spices. You put everything on, garam masala, and you put in everything with garam masala, for barbecue or beef, fish, everything. And it provoked me to know more about these ingredients of garam masala, and I found out 12 or 14 of the ingredients of garam masala actually spices. And I asked myself and I challenged my staff, how can we know how many percentage of the ingredients of garam masala come from Indonesia? And it started a journey. It started a small research, which surprisingly, when we look at 12 to 14, the ingredients of garam masala, I guess initially I thought because Indonesia's producing majorities of spices, initially we thought that most of the spices Pakistani purchase come from Indonesia. But apparently not. Indonesia is only on the top of 3 products. Black pepper, what is? Oh, okay, clove, black pepper, clove, and one thing I forgot, maize. Yeah, still relate with this. Maize, clove, and black pepper. Other than that, Pakistan import from different countries. So it struck me, and I challenged myself and I challenged my staff to look at once again the economic potentials of spices trade between Indonesia and Pakistan. And through those process, I learned that spices also is very useful for healing purposes. So spices and other herbal, apparently we get used to use this to, for the traditional medicine. So that's start me with the process, and Alhamdulillah, now we ready with the second publications, what we call Indonesia Spice of Pakistan, winning heart and minds through foods and flavor. So basically, what I'm trying to capture here is that we share a lot in common, not only the cultures, the cuisines, but also spices potential, herbal potential for the traditional medicine. So this, in one chapter, we devote these spices and herbal medicines, whereby you will be surprising to know that a lot of potential of Pakistani herbal medicines. In terms of the global economy, I think we see that the global herbal medicines market to reach close to 400 billions by 2029. So this is a huge number. So I think we also produce this to give some ideas. This is the projections that global media already made in terms of the potentials of the global medicines. And interestingly, for Pakistan, let me share you. Pakistan's herbal market is also very potential. The total export for Unani medicines in 2017, roughly 3.5 million. It is a huge number. As of the Indonesia, if you look at the Indonesia, I think the numbers is almost, let me check, in Indonesia, we close to 41.5 million. So like 3 times the numbers. But this actually provoked me to learn more about the potentials of the herbal medicine. And we think the topic is very timely, as Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry mentions, because nowadays, more than 80% of global population use herbal medicine. And a study, very recent studies also, I think this is very important, because if you look at the North, the developed countries, it is around 10 to 15%. Sorry, 10 to 50% people used to now have a trust on global, on the traditional herbal medicines. And another study, which is also very important, revealed 1 out of 4 prescriptions in the US actually contain the ingredient from plant or plant-based medicine. This is a study conducted like 5 years ago, which nowadays probably the result will be different. So I believe discussions by the expert and scholar in this conference would enlighten us and give some understandings on the important subject of herbal and traditional medicines as a sustainable alternative for the greener future. So let me also join Professor Chaudhry in thanking the panelists and also participants who joined us in today's discussion. Now, let me draw you to the latest trending market. In numbers, because usually when we learn about the numbers, then we realize the potentials of these herbal traditional medicines for the global market. Huge consumer, as we already mentioned before, high revenue, as the herbal medicines product market revenue reached close to 170 billion in 2001, according to the Future Market Insight study. And also the market share is also increasing. The global market for herbal medicine is estimated to be worth of 190 billion by 2027. And East Asia is becoming centers, because Asia Pacific as a whole, the growing interest of the traditional herbal medicines is huge, like 10% annually. So it is a huge number. If you look at this number and put into perspective the economic potentials of traditional herbal medicines. And within the OIC itself, because the comstech also part of the OIC's subsidiary organ, the estimate market size of the halal industries, which herbal medicine is part of it, was measured at 3.7 trillion 2020, and the projected to reach 4.7 trillion in 2024. So once again, the numbers speak loudly about the potentials of this traditional herbal medicine as part of the halal market. Now, we learned that the herb also perceived as important source of healing and also for boosting our immunity system. And I think in the last 2 years, we learned during the pandemic, people relies on the herbal medicines as alternative medicines to boost immune systems, because I think people learning the synthetic producers of the conventional medicines, we learn that there are some side effects which people try to avoid. So there's a lot of nowadays, there is a lot of interest, growing interest for people to know and to use the traditional herbal medicine, especially millennials, because millennials, they are very picky. They look at the ingredient, they look at the side effect, they learn from the internet how would be the side effects of one or particular medicine. So they want to go back to nature. They prefer to choose these traditional herbal medicines to boost their immune system. And I think Pakistan and Indonesia also, we share another very important fact that now we enjoy demographic dividends. In Pakistan, more than, I believe, 60% of the population is youth, whereby in Indonesia is probably close to 40%. So huge, very potential, because nowadays they are also actors. They can create something using the social media content. They can create something that will help to promote the traditional medicine or traditional herbal medicines in their content. So working together with the youth also very important. That's why I once again commend the initiative of Professor Chadri by inviting some of the Indonesians to go to Karachi, learn and have a training on some of the issues which I think Indonesia and Pakistan have shared interest to promote further. Now, I think what is the challenges, because when we are talking about herb medicines, the road ahead is not without challenges. By definition, for instance, herbal medicines are drugs made from plants or herbs and the sorts of knowledge that usually have a socio-economic and cultural value, which is transferred from one generation to another generation. So I think if you look at once again at the global level, the interest to know more about the herbal medicines, I think it is relatively new. My recollection, it was in 1979, whereby WHO realized the importance of these traditional herbal medicines. And then initial study was conducted by WHO, and only after it was inserted in the CBD conventions, the biodiversity conventions, then it like a wake-up call to the global communities on the important and the economic values of the traditional and herbal medicines. Now, WIPO then established the Relevance Working Group in 1990, and today still debating the appropriate legal framework for the protections of traditional herbal medicines. And I think when we are talking about the protections, you might recall some cases which actually illustrate how the importance of this and how it relates with the traditional as a living traditional knowledge in different parts of the countries. In 1995, I remember a scientist in the University of Mississippi got a patent for the use of turmeric as the healing, for healing wound. But it was challenges. It was challenged because there is no novelties. The ideas of using turmeric to heal the wounds, actually, the ideas that probably people in Pakistan get used to it. It was challenged by, at the times, by Indian scientists. And also another case, neem seeds, the use of neem seeds also. It got a patent, and then people realized it is actually a traditional knowledge of certain countries or certain people. So when the US Patent Trade Organization realized because of the challenges, because of this objection, and they canceled those patents. And I think even I remember also one of the pharmaceutical companies almost got patent patent for the use of plant. They call it Dioscorea dumetorum for diabetic therapeutic, which when it's challenged with the evidences, it is clear that it is actually the traditional knowledge, which is publicly available. But the challenge for the traditional herbal and medicines, because there are some issues, I think, which we hope that the conference today will highlight this, enlighten us, and also inform us about this. Because publicly available good and information does not necessarily mean public domain. This is something that I think needs to be underscored. And it is certainly equally important to address some of the challenges that we are facing. First, when we are talking about traditional knowledge, it is the issues of individual knowledge or collective knowledge, because we are talking about patent. Usually patent refers to individual effort. So in this situation, the traditional knowledge actually usually owned by a community. And it goes further, whether states or community can claim that they have this knowledge and they have benefit of this patent system. That's one thing. The second, the novelty or new innovations, because I think this is also one of the issues. Traditional knowledge means the oral traditions, which sometimes are recorded, but sometimes not. But the novelty on the new innovations about the processes or the product, also this is one of the issues that need to be highlighted. And another very important issues also relate to geographical identification, GI, which also relevant because some traditional herbal knowledge probably known not only for one particular areas or one particular countries, but also share with other practice, like the use of the turmeric, for instance. Now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I think considering the gravities of the above challenges, a forward-looking approach by the OIC is needed. For instance, by setting up the I don't know, technical committees probably, or at the very stage, like establishing like inventory system, whereby the members of the OIC can contribute to once again to give information about the traditional knowledge. Simultaneously, conducting accelerating joint research also very important, and comstech actually is the good place to initiate this effort, and which can also lead to sharing best practices for the protections of ancient knowledge with the improved quality standard. At national level, I personally believe that in addition to building a national database, we need also to incorporate the traditional knowledge into the curriculum of education, because this is very important. I remember one of the survey conducted a few years back in trying to identify the knowledge of this. More than 40% the knowledge of traditional in relating to this knowledge was owned by grandfather, and then father and mother, the percentage become diminishing, meaning that only old generation who knows about the use, the efficacies, the importance of the traditional knowledge, herbal medicine. We need to once again overcome this by once again building a national database, but at the same time also including in the curriculums of the education. So with that, then this knowledge will get the recognitions at the formal level. So finally, to conclude, I wish to emphasize that the organic herb-based medicines once again receiving a positive response from general public across the world, as reflected in the statistics which I make a reference. And finally, I hope this conference would pave the way for the fruitful conversations, deliberation, interactions, and this could come up with some ideas, come up with the suggestions how the OIC's member countries or individual countries, participating countries can help to once again promote the use of traditional herbal knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Now I would request Professor Dr. Atiyatul Wahab for her vote of thanks as a main technical focal person of this event.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hazima. And it's a really great honor for me. And I would like to thanks, first of all, Excellency, in the Indonesian Consular and Ambassador, sorry, Ambassador of Indonesia here in Pakistan, and Excellency Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General Comstech, and all our distinguished students, colleagues, and scholars from Indonesia. Your participation in this event, it's really important, and we all are thankful for your presence here, and not only the Indonesian, but other students and colleagues from other universities and institute from Pakistan. I hope this event will be starting a bridge and to understand science and technology about herbal medicine, and we will continue having this kind of event in future as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Athiya. With this, we come to conclusion of our inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly requested to proceed outside for the group photo. Our staff will guide you. This group photo will be followed by a high tea, which is arranged outside this auditorium. And we will begin our first technical session here at 11:10 a.m.
We'll give you once it is in a breathing process, but later on we'll give you once it's
Right. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So we will begin the very first technical session of our event today. And we have the keynote speaker, Professor His Excellency Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry. The title of his talk is Sustainable and Inclusive Drug Discovery and Development, Nature's Solution. To introduce him, I would request Professor Dr. Atiyatul Wahab to kindly come on the stage for the introduction.
Thank you so much, Hazima. It's a big honor for me to introduce Coordinator General Comstech and my mentor, Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, explaining his largest contribution and achievements in the field of science and technology and building science collaboration among OIC states in few words is extremely challenging task for me. However, I will try my best. Excellency Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry currently holds many positions. He is Distinguished National Meritorious Professor, Director, International Center for Chemical and Biological Sciences, Coordinator General Comstech, Vice President TAVAS, UNESCO Chair in Natural Product Chemistry. He is among the most prominent scientists of Pakistan, recognized for his original contributions in the field of natural product chemistry and bioorganic chemistry. He has written and edited 90 books and 40 chapters, most of which have been published in US and Europe. He has supervised 98 PhD scholars for their doctoral dissertations. He is also the author of over 1,200 research publications in top international science journals of the West, as well as 65 US patents. He has been among the most cited scientists of Pakistan with citation exceeding 36,000 at H-index 80. He is also volume editor of many international book series and journals. He has been the recipient of various awards and honors, including Mustafa, peace be upon him, Prize and Award in 2021, which has been recognized as the Nobel Prize of Islamic countries. Civil awards, including Hilal Imtiaz, Sitara Imtiaz, Tamkha Imtiaz, gold medals from International Turk Academy, Kazakhstan, Chinese Government Friendship Award, which is going to receive today evening, Golden Silk Ball Friendship Award from China, Comstech Award in Chemistry, first Hosmi International Award, Economic Cooperation Award, Professor Abdul Salam Prize in Chemistry, Young Scientist Award, National Book Foundation Award, etc. At the platform of Comstech, Professor Chaudhry is responsible for science and technology cooperation and capacity building in member states in 4 continents. During his tenure, he has initiated major capacity building programs, supporting science projects, institutional linkages, and mobility of science OIC states. Professor Chaudhry has strengthened the cooperation with international organizations such as WHO, ICGEB, IUCR, TWAS, IFS, UNESCO, as well as with leading scientists of the West for capacity building in least developing countries of Africa and Asia. I request Professor Chaudhry to deliver the keynote lecture entitled Sustainable and Inclusive Drug Discovery and Development, Nature's Solution.
When Professor Atiyah mentioned about Young Scientist Award, I thought I was young some years ago. Maybe like like 50, 60 years ago. You know, the first award I received was Professor Abdus Salam Prize in chemistry. And I had the honor of meeting this legendary scientist in Trieste when he handed over this prize to me. So it was a very cherished moment. Excellency, my dear brother, Ambassador Adam Tokyo, in compliance of your order of organizing an event of this nature and your interest and intellect, you know, he delivered a lecture during inauguration, exactly the same level as a Harvard professor would speak about a topic. He gave the statistics, he gave the logic, he gave the rationale and perspective. So I'm extremely impressed. What I will do in next 25 minutes, I'll try to shorten my presentation because I know that we are already running late. So I'm going to talk about sustainable, inclusive drug discovery and development. Don't expect that I would point out anything on that screen. If I do that, my neck would be permanently fixed up. So I will be using my screen. This is what I really want to present to you. And I want to give you of what is the current drug discovery paradigm. This is what we have discussed, what is wrong in current drug discovery and development. And let me tell you, with the help of statistics, if you wish to develop one single drug, you need to have at least $2 billion. $2 billion for one single entity, drug entity, and about 10 to 15 years of development. And then based on the use of fossil fuel, which are non-renewable, synthesis involve a lot of hazardous processes which pollute, and that is the reason why pharmaceutical industry is one of the most polluting industries, industrial technologies. Technologies such as combinatorial synthesis, high throughput, screening, and many more has been largely non-productive. And I think the saddest part of the whole story is that the no investment in poor-man diseases. So nobody wants to work on tropical diseases such as schistosomiasis, trypsinoma, leishmaniasis, leprosy. Everybody wants to work on diseases such as, you know, obesity and others. So the poor-man diseases remain untreated, including malaria and many more. So current discovery and development is unsustainable. And it is now globally recognized because yes, we have seen that what exists today is a complete asymmetry in healthcare provision and non-inclusive because it doesn't include a lot of prevailing diseases in the world. And there is a need of a paradigm shift to ensure the availability of drugs for future use. And that is where I would like to provide you my humble thought. I wanted to refer this sustainable development goal because this is the collective human wisdom and decision that we would like to achieve certain goals in certain period of time, and we all are committed as nations to achieve those goals. So drugs for all, the question is, how can we achieve for drug for all sustainable development goal 3, which is good health and wellness? That is an extremely important thing. Drug discovery from renewable resources, zero dependence on fossil fuel, SDG 12, which talk about responsible production and industrialization. Drug discovery without the use of toxic chemicals directly relates to SDG 13, which talk about climate actions, 14, which talk about life underwater, because eventually these pollutants goes into aquatic sphere, and then 15, which is life over the earth, and that effect is also very extremely important. Medicine for poor-man diseases is inclusiveness, you know, when we talk about health for everyone. And that is where we need to have a new paradigm. And this new paradigm has to go back to the future. It's not indeed a new paradigm, but a paradigm shift to recovering and rediscovering of the past for future. Natural products possess enormous structural and chemical diversity that cannot be matched by any synthetic libraries of a small molecule. No matter how good you are as a synthetic chemist, you will never be able to imagine the kind of ingenuity and novelty which exists in nature. Nature is the one which provides you ideas. And Excellency mentioned about COVID-19. Whenever there is a health emergency of that magnitude, people always go back to nature. And we have seen that this is happening, from Sana Makhi to curcumin and black cumin and everything. People went back to nature because that is the only resource remain to be explored when it comes to health emergencies. And that is where we have seen the largest number of Nobel Prizes ever awarded in any field of chemical sciences were in natural product sciences. So there are so many Nobel Prizes which were given to the people who discover these fascinating molecules from nature, from Madame Yu too, who discovered artemisinin, to molecules like ivermectin and muscons and others. So the whole range of different molecules have been isolated from nature, and those form the basis of modern medicine. Today, if you go to the pharmacist shelf, 35 to 40% of the medicine which you will use would perhaps some origin of nature. So why can't we go back to the nature? Now, question is, what is herbal medicine? We need to understand what are the natural medicines, what is the strict definition, and what are the challenges we face today. Herbal medicine is a large, comprehensive term generally used to refer to medicinal plants based on the use of medicinal herbs, such as traditional Chinese medicine, Indian Ayurvedic medicine, Unani, and others. And they are also called alternative medicine. I don't like this term, to be honest, because I don't think it is alternate. In my opinion, it is a mainstream medicinal system and has to be treated as a mainstream medicinal system. Now, question is whether it's a need or a luxury. A large segment of Excellency already mentioned about its impact in human health and economy. So a large segment of human population relies on herbal medicine for primary health care, and that you can use it. Even this morning I was trying to treat my flu from ginger, and I'm okay now, and not so bad. So gross failure of modern medicine to cure many human diseases created a huge vacuum and a need of another system to be reintroduced, and that is our system. Innovation crisis in modern synthetic chemistry based on pharmaceutical R&D also created a need of search for new sources of a small molecule, and that is from nature. So traditional Chinese medicine, if you just want to talk about statistics, Excellency mentioned about the money economy, which is economy of spices, the economy of herbal medicine. Think of it, number of people who are involved. TCM, traditional Chinese medicine, fully integrated in Western medicine. So you go to a Chinese doctor, the doctor will be able to prescribe you any of these medicines seamlessly. He will not really need to worry about herbal or Western medicine. He will say, this is your disease, and this is what I would like to prescribe you. Unless you opt for something else, he would give you the best of option which is available, fully integrated. 1.7 billion people in China and abroad, so-called Chinese world, use TCM. Tremendous government support, and there's huge sum of money, literally billions of dollars are spent on the development of traditional Chinese medicine on this scientific footing. Ayurvedic system of medicine, which is largely practiced in Indian subcontinent and Indo-China also, including Indonesia, is a historical root in Indian subcontinent, one of the most popular system of medicine. Excellency mentioned about the huge sum of money. Ayurvedic system is already about, I think, close to $1 billion for India directly export of pharmaceutical. The others are, from Dabur personal care items and others. This is other than that, so-called botanical. One of the most popular system of medicine. The earliest record was something like several thousand years ago. So 1.5 billion people in China, in India and Indo-China are actually using Ayurvedic system, and Unani, our own system of medicine, which is primarily a Greek system medicine, Hellenic. Hellen was the Greek. Hellenic traditions have been translated by Arabs, and this becomes so-called Islamic or Greco-Arab system of medicine, which is very much common in our country. And we have some very prominent people from Tib Council attending it. So the Canon Ibn Sina and Persian scholars have actually documented lots of these extremely important knowledge base of Unani medicine. And European traditional medicine, which they have almost lost, called Victorian medicine, has been almost lost, and very little is known about what Europe used to use before Industrial Revolution. Oral traditions and ancient healing practices. Remember, Excellency mentioned about inventory. I think it's extremely important to inventorize, record, and digitize of the use of different kinds of healing practices. If we don't do that, you already mentioned 4 examples in which there was a biopiracy. They wanted to steal our own traditions and patent them for own economic benefit. In order to conserve, we need to record, inventorize, and put it on public domain so everyone understands this is the prior art. This is extremely important. And then, of course, Indonesian traditional system of medicine, which is a very interesting mix of Ayurveda, Unani, and Indonesia's old, extremely rich traditional systems of medicine. So what are the challenges? So instead of giving you a purely scientific presentation, which of course I will give you a few minutes at the end, I wanted to tell you about the challenges of herbal medicine, where herbal medicine falls short of being an important mainstream system of medicine. Tremendous knowledge gap, and I'll explain to you why tremendous knowledge gap. Inconsistency, extremely important problem. You pick a plant from the same plant from one island in one age, in one particular season, and then you collect the plant from somewhere else. The results can be extremely different. Inconsistency is one of the most important challenges of herbal medicine. You can have an amazing effect of herbal medicine, and then you buy that herbal medicine from different source, the same plant, genuine source, but you may have a very different effect. You may have no effect at all. And that is largely because the effect of these herbs are because of chemicals they contain. And chemicals are generated, synthesized in plants as a result of abiotic and biotic stresses on the plant. And that is the reason inconsistency is one of the largest challenges of herbal medicine. The world literature is a graveyard of clinical studies. You look into the literature and you'll find that so many of these studies which were conducted on herbal medicine found to be non-conclusive because people have not ensured that the material which they were using for clinical research were consistent. And lack of understanding of biomarkers. How would you distinguish between one phenotype of a plant, one age of a plant, one season plant from the other if you do not really know what are the biomarkers? So making standardization extremely impossible. Chemical versus biological activity. You may have different chemicals, but they may not really work because they requires a right kind of a synergy. Lack of credible clinical evidences is also extremely important. The modern world, the new generation will only accept herbal medicine when it is clinically evidenced and when it is clinically, when they are clinically supported. Polyherbal formulation, in our system of medicine, we use like 50, 60 different plants, sometimes several dozen plants in one formulation. There is absolutely no chemistry available. There is no chemical method available which can standardize these complex mixtures of plant because one plant contains over 1,000 compounds. So you're talking about literally several thousand compounds, which you cannot really standardize by using the. So knowledge gap. Do we know how many plants are used in herbal medicine? Inventory? Do we know how many indigenous systems exist? In Indonesia, I'm sure that every island would have a different system. And have we recorded that? Have we documented that? Which plant is used for what purpose? Because we know that one disease is treated with different plants, and one plant is used for the treatment of different diseases. There is a lot of bizarre information. Do we have access to observational clinical data? We have some very prominent Hakims. Do they really record observation data to be presented to the world that this is what we have used and that was the impact on biochemistry of an individual? So there is a tremendous knowledge gap which exists and which make impossible to evaluate the global use of particular plant, and thus making the research and development extremely superficial. And that is where science has to play an extremely important role. Without science, you'll not be able to develop herbal medicine at all. Herbal medicine is something in which there is a need of a very strong science base. So science has to bridge between the traditional practices and use of crude plant material into finished formulation with the knowledge base. And for that, you need to do lots of science. And that is what I would try to explain in a very briefly, because I know that it's not really an exhaustive presentation. So this is where you need to have extensive chemical pharmacological screening. You need to have toxicology, you need to have clinical studies, you need to have animal studies of different types. And only then you will be able to present that medicine as a consistent, safe, effective, and standard medicine. Right at the end, I'll try to give you an example of drug discovery from nature. This is perhaps the closest we have ever reached to the development of a drug, and this is has been applied for the phase 2 clinical trials. Now, with epilepsy, we have work on epilepsy because it's extremely complex disease, is a progressive neurological disorder, is a lifelong disease, a chronic disorder. But as a characterization of epilepsy is much easier because you know that unprovoked seizure are the hallmark of epilepsy. So epilepsy is very easy to distinguish. Of course, etiology is complex, and this is the reason why it's called epilepsies. The causes can be multifaceted: hyperexcitability, genetic disorder, congenital defects, trauma, head injuries, ischemic injuries, tumor, and etc. And there are issues with that, this is a lifelong disease. People use herbal medicine for 50 to 60 million people are actually using medicines because they are epileptic. And this has a very high prevalence of 1.5% population in developing world. Pakistan has above world average epileptic patients in the country, which reached about 1.9%. Many anti-epileptic drugs, AEDs, are linked to adverse side effects. There are many anti-epileptic drugs were developed, and I'll show you the generation of anti-epileptic drug. Despite all of it, 30% of the patients do not respond to these drugs. So this is actually a very challenging health condition. Now, the first generation, the third generation of anti-epileptic drug, 38% patients are not responding. Second generation, about 33 to 38% not responding. First generation, which included such as phenobarbital and others, 36% not responding. Despite the development of several new anti-epileptic drugs since 1990s, the efficacy and tolerability of AEDs are not sustainably improved. And that is the reason why this remains an extremely important health challenge of treatment of epilepsy. And you probably know in your own vicinity, in your neighbors, that, or your own relative, that there are people who remain affected from epilepsy despite the fact that they get the best treatment. Now, what we wanted to do, that we have initiated a search, and this was in 2005, when we initiated a nationwide ethnobotanic survey of what people use when there are epileptic seizures. And for that, what we have done, that we have started sending people to different places. And the most pure, most authentic, most unadulterated information which we received was from northern Pakistan, from the valleys of northern Pakistan, where our scientists, doctors, chemists, pharmacologists, anthropologists visited as team, and they have identified several plants which people were using in those valleys for the treatment of epilepsy. This is the area which we have received the highest and high quality information about anti-epileptic medicinal plants. So what we have done was that we have conducted extensive literature survey to understand state of the art. We have developed battery of biological screening, because you cannot really develop any or discover any drug unless you have biological screening. And for that, biopsy-guided isolation has been carried out extensively. We have conducted in vitro and in vivo assays with good correlation. Studies were then conducted at molecular level, toxicology, preclinical studies, and clinical studies. Now it has 4 patents internationally in 4 regions: China, Europe, USA. And this came from, various plants which we have collected from different regions of the country. We have a molecular bank. So we have an extract bank and we have a molecular bank. And this molecular bank has over 21,000 compounds, natural products, largely, which we have isolated from medicinal plants. So what was the strategic approach? Among the plants which have been identified through ethnobotanic survey, we have selected one plant, Delphinium denudatum, which I'm going to show you what we have done. And we looked into these plants by using various kinds of biological assays. So as I said, if you want to work on the discovery of plant-based medicine, you need to develop your own animal models. And for animal models, you need to have an approach which gives you an appropriate animal model which mimic the human condition. So we actually use 2 different models. The one was a chemical induced model and the other was electrical model. And I'll tell you what we have done. There is one electrical model in which you use electrical probe, electrode, and insert into hippocampus. The other is chemical model. And then also we have looked into a single cell model. So without going into much of a detail, I'll just show you what we have done. So this is an electrical model. And as you can see that electrical current is dispensed, 50 milliampere per mice and 150 milliampere for rats for 50 to 60 seconds in the brain. Initially, it was invasive because we inserted the electrode right into the hippocampus. Later, we have done it non-invasively, and we were able to deliver the current from the earlobe. And that was earlobe was a new method because we were the first one to deliver the current from the earlobe into the brain. As a result of it, the animal developed epileptic seizures. And depending on how long and how intense this current is, that you can have Kindle model, you can have generalized epileptic model, and we were able to then develop a very good model. It's called electrical model. The second was a chemically induced model, in which we have injected various kinds of chemicals which are known to induce epilepsy in the brain of animal. So pilocarpine, pantylene tetrazole, by Coquelin. These are some of these medicine which few inject subcutaneously in a particular quantities like 50 milligram per kg, you will be able to damage the brain cells and electrical seizures start coming out of it and animal become epileptic. So we had one electrical model and the other was a chemical model. And then of course we will able to validate that those models by treating them with the AATs, anti-epileptic drug. And this is the equipment which we have used. This was the first equipment in the country in which we were doing a single cell physiology. So we used to take one cell from the brain of the animals, absolutely neat method, one cell from the brain of the animal and created an epileptic-like seizure in cell. It's called sustained repetitive firing. SRF. So this is the probe, and you can see that this is pyramidal, is a pyramidal cell, neuronal cell. And now in animal, you were giving like 50, 60 milliampere. In this case, you need 0.3 hertz, 0.3 to 0.6 nanoampere electrical current giving to the cell. And when you do that, the cell start firing. And this firing is called SRF, sustained repetitive firing. So we develop an extremely neat method for hippocampal neuronal patch clamp in which we could measure from the cell what kind of current coming out of it, and thus mimicking the human epilepsy, because human epilepsy is also electrical seizures, electrical induced seizures in the brain. And for that, we then went into, after developing credible biopsy model, we went into the study of the plant. So we look into various plants. The one which we have selected for our study was Delphinium deniditum jadwar. And this is an herbal medicine which is used in Unani system of medicine. And it is a Himalayan foothill plant. This was a plant which people were using in northern valleys. And it is actually used in different Unani medicines. So these are Unani medicines which are actually used, which contain Delphinium deniditum. Of course, not for epilepsy, but I'll show you something very interesting. You see, this is the root of Delphinium deniditum, and it's called Arak Fasher, right? My Hakim colleagues know this much better than me. It's a 100% pure natural product, and it is used for herbal tonic for the treatment of high blood pressures, neurological disorders, and mental stresses. So you see that this has been used in herbal medicine. So what we have done was that we looked into how people are using it. It's a very interesting story, just 2 minutes, I'll tell you. People do not really take decoction of this plant. And this is the reason when they brought this information from these old video cameras, I said, this is absolutely fraud. There is nothing true. And I was so dismissive. And I was later regretted that I was completely wrong. Because what they said that, every time these people who are epileptic, they are using this garland of the roots of the plants. So these are the roots of the plant, and whenever they feel seizure, they just smell it. They just smell it, and then every once in a while they're changing these roots by new roots, fresh roots. So okay, I said, why don't you just prove it? And so what they have done was that they have conducted a biopsy guided fractionation, and they found the activity was in this aqueous extract. I said, how come on the face of the earth, aqueous extract can be volatile? So later, it was discovered that aqueous extract contain an oil. If you leave this aqueous extract after some time, you would have a layer of oil which smells so strong and intense that was the anti-epileptic drug. So we looked into various biases, and this you can see. I'll just show you very. So this is current coming out of this neuronal cell. Aqueous fraction 0.2 milligram per ml, and you see sustained repetitive firing reduced. Then you wash it, it goes back. Similarly, in this case, you have 0.6 milligram per ml. Dose-dependent manner is repetitive firing coming from the cell was completely diminished. You wash it, it comes back. But credible information which nobody could challenge in the world of science, because we were able to demonstrate that this aqueous extract or oil-containing aqueous extract was capable of reducing the sustainability repetitive firing. Of course, then we have done lots of other assays. For instance, we isolated the oil, and this oil was 0.6 milligram per ml, 10 times less concentration, was able to reduce sustained repetitive firing in the cell. I won't go much of your time. I'll take much of your time. In electrical model, you can see that this plant extract was able to recover seizures were completely stopped as per normal physiological control and PhD. This chemical model, we also shows that animal exhibiting specific seizures at a particular concentration, FS1, which is oil, was able to inhibit. Now, I'll show you what eventually happened. This is the most active anti-epileptic drug known to the world today, called isox. You can look into the world literature, extremely simple, a mixture of two compounds which are interchangeable. You cannot separate them, because if you separate one, it converts into the other. These are two molecules which were isolated from the oil, which is a fragrance. And the fragrance, the people were using it. Absolutely 1,000-year-old information was found to be completely correct, because this was the oil and fragrance, the aromatic component of the plant, which were found to be active. Now, these two compounds are the basis of lots of world literature. Lots of people are working in the world on analogs of this. You will find companies established only to work on it. Many, many companies in the world were trying to, our patent was, they modified the structures and they're trying to work on it. So this is, then of course we have synthesized that, and we've synthesized many analogs of this. And I'll just show you the last slide, last few slides, that in pantylene tetrazole model, animal model, this compound was capable of decreasing the motility of animal to almost negligible. So the animals do not die, because this compound is capable of not only inhibiting the seizures, but also reducing the mortality related to hyperexcitability. These are electrically kindled model. A lot of work has been done. LD50 toxicity, completely non-toxic. 1,000 milligram per kg. You can literally have to have kgs of compound in order to have any effect on body. So it is completely non-toxic, no acute neurotoxicity, 30, 40, and 50 milligram per kg, no change in spontaneous motor activity, no other effect, 30 milligram kg for 3 months, no mortality and no morbidity. So we were able to present to the world that ethnobotanic knowledge is capable of forming the basis of the discovery of new anti-epileptic drug. And these are some of the patents. So conclusion, the current study showed that isozoliton possess powerful anti-epileptogenic activity and inhibits sodium channel. We have done lots of mechanistic work, which of course requires hours to explain, but what we were able to demonstrate that this mixture of compounds, now called isox, the common name of this compound or drug lead is isox, is prolonging the development of inactivation as well as recovery from inactivation state when it comes to sodium channel. The patents have been obtained from different countries, European, US patents, recently Chinese patent. Preclinical studies have been conducted on primates. on animals and other animals. We have done observational studies. Phase 1 has been done, and phase 2 NBC clearance have been received, and we are in the process of getting the clearance for the phase 2 clinical trial. So this is what we were able to achieve. I just wanted to give you glimpses of how science is required in order to develop herbal medicine. Herbal medicine can be effective and safe, could be cost effective, but can also be poisonous, dangerous, and also can harm health unless the science is placed into it in the center of the herbal medicine development. And without that, we'll not be able to have any development in herbal medicine as a mainstream system of medicine. Thank you very much. Thank you. Speaker, you already told me.
Thank you very much, sir, for a wonderful talk. As you know that we're running over the time, so we will take question answers for Professor Iqbal later part of the session, and we will now move on to our next speaker, who is Professor Dr. Marinda Paler from Indonesia. The title of her talk is Traditional Knowledge and the National or Global Economics Potential, or Economic and Social Importance of Using Herbal Medicine. We have Dr. Marinda with us online. To introduce her in a bit of more detail, Professor Dr. Marinda is a head of Intellectual Property Center on Regulation and Application Studies, Faculty of Law, Universities Padjadjaran, Bandung, Indonesia. She teaches aspects of intellectual and industrial property, proprietary rights, law in the undergraduate and postgraduate programs, specializing in the protection of geographical indications, communal intellectual property, and cultural property. Marinda is a key person in the establishment of the first tripartite cooperation between WIPO, Academy, and UNPAD. Marinda is also serving her knowledge to Bandung City Government, Cultural Council of West Java Province, and Ministry of Justice and Human Rights. Marinda is also helping as an expert and as a resource person for Indonesian Swiss intellectual property projects, Japan Institute of Invention and Innovation, and European Union Intellectual Property. She has also been appointed as a member of Scientific Board of Global Network for the Economic of Learning, Innovation, and Competence Building System, which is known as GlobalX, from year 2020 to 2023. With this, I would request our speaker, Dr. Marinda, for her talk, please.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is such a pleasure and honor for me to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me. So I would like to discuss about traditional knowledge, actually. Let me share my PowerPoints first. Okay. So I would like to discuss about the traditional knowledge, its legal protections, and their national and global economic potentials in the next 20 minutes. I hope I can cover all of the important topics. And many things can be discussed regarding traditional knowledge, but I would like to take from the legal perspective, because I'm I working as an academic in Faculty of Law, and now I would like to table several subtopics. Those are the definition of decay, the system of investigated and Chinese traditional medicine. We've discussed about this before, but I would like to repeat it in a little bit more maybe explorative. And we would also touch biopiracy and landmark cases and international legal concerns on TK. Then TK protection in the Indonesian legal system as an example. And also, last but not least, of course, we would like to discuss about the national economic potentials of TK as well as the global economic potentials of TK. So the definition of traditional knowledge, lawyer or academic with legal background always start from the definition, because definition can infers to the type of protection we can use to protect our TK. So in a broad sense, traditional knowledge can cover a lot of things, including traditional cultural expressions, traditional technical knowledge, and especially traditional medicines. So traditional medicines, herbal medicines is only a part of traditional knowledge, but maybe the most important one because the economic potential is the highest one. But other than that, we also have traditional cultural expressions, which covers folklores like traditional dances, traditional music, traditional dramaturgy, and so forth, and also traditional handicrafts. So in a broader sense, traditional knowledge not only covers technical things, but also the traditional cultural expressions related to it. Now, I would like to refer to WIPO, or the World Intellectual Property Organization's definition about TK. Even though nowadays we haven't got any agreement on the single definition for traditional knowledge legally wise, but we can use several discourses from legal experts that define that traditional knowledge is a knowledge, know-how, skills, and practices that are developed, sustained, and passed on from generation to generation within a community, often forming part of its cultural or spiritual identity. TK in general sense embraces the content of knowledge itself, as well as traditional cultural expressions, as I mentioned before, including distinctive signs and symbols associated with traditional knowledge. TK, in narrow sense, refers to knowledge as such. In particular, the knowledge resulting from intellectual activity in a traditional context includes know-how, practices, skills, and innovation. Traditional knowledge can be found in a wide variety of contexts, including agricultural, scientific, technical, ecological, medicinal knowledge, as well as biodiversity-related knowledge. Now, in the world nowadays, many countries have developed their own spatial system to protect their own traditional knowledge, but we cannot deny that TKDL was the first success story about this establishment, Indian TKDL. So TKDL is officially initiated, initially officially initiated by CSIR of India and the India's Ministry of Ayurveda, Yoga, and Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, and homeopathy. It covers, I think you've already known better than me, Ayurvedic, Unani, we discussed about Unani a lot before, Siddha, Sawarigpa, and Yoga. TKDL is designed to be particularly accessible by foreign patent offices only. All India's traditional medicinal knowledge, those are written in local languages such as Sanskrit, Hindi, Urdu, Tamil, and Arabic, are translated into English, Spanish, French, Germany, and Japanese languages. TKDL is accessible for patent offices of India, Europe, United States of America, Japan, Japan, also United Kingdom, Canada, Germany, Australia, Chile, Malaysia, Russia, Peru, and Spain. In short, all countries who got the cooperation with the center. So all of those officers can conduct a substantial examination of a patent application of which the claim is suspected as having associated with TKDL contents. Otherwise, other parties, including Indonesia, can only access the metadata of TKDL contents. So in from legal perspective, the undisclosed information of TKDL is important because we call it as a kind of technical protections for the information, because the values, the economic values are derived from the information itself. So we have to consider if we would like to open all of the informations to the public. Maybe some of them should be kept in secret and other information can be delivered to the public. So we have to consider this because it will be, and it is regarded as a kind of legal protection as well by disclosing or undisclosing certain information about our traditional knowledge. Then the second famous story is about traditional Chinese medicine. It has been discussed before. Actually, in October in 1992, China government endorsed a decree number 106 about regulation on protection of traditional Chinese medicines. The regulation protects all types of TCM. Those are produced and manufactured within this jurisdiction of the Republic, including the preparation, extraction, and natural-based as well as artificial-based TCM. It is also clearly stated in the regulation that those types of traditional Chinese medicine for which patents are applied for shall be dealt with under the provisions of patent law. So this regulation is only intended to traditional Chinese medicine which are not eligible to be protected by patent law. If there is novelty, there is an inventive steps, there's industrially applicability, there it should be treated based on patent law rather than this regulation. So we can see that Chinese have developed a kind of integrated systems which cover all TCMs, patentable and non-patentable TCM. Regarding non-patentable TCM, Chapter 3 of the regulation divides TCM into the first class and second class objects. First class TCM enjoy the longest period of protection that can be up to 30 years. This is longer than the general patent in my country, for example, which only covers a patent for 20 years. Whereas the second class of TCM can only enjoy the protection for 7 years. It's like maybe simple patent, a little bit shorter though. During the term of protection, the first class TCM are prohibited to be disclosed because Chinese government aware that some TCMs are very important for their countries or even contained of strategic information. So they keep it undisclosed. On December 2016, on December 2016, China adopted a law on traditional Chinese medicines. Based on this law, TCM institutions shall be available in all public general hospitals and mother-child care centers from national to county level. All TCM practitioners shall be obtained qualification tests to get formal permits to practice. So based on this law, in year 2016, TCM and Western medicines have equal acknowledgements and roles. They shall be used complementary. Now, the third part of my presentation would discuss a little bit about biopiracy. I trust Professor Nurul to explore this more, but let me start from only in the beginning part. So what is biopiracy? Biopiracy is one of the sexiest topic for lawyers regarding traditional knowledge and traditional medicines, because it entails what we call misuse, unlawfully misuse, misappropriation, and misrepresentation in legal context. From legal perspective, misuse can be simply explained as using incorrectly. But unlawfully misuse means a conduct that violates a law, statute, ordinance, or regulations as it relates to the use of a qualified product. More specifically, misappropriations is regarded as an unauthorized or improper use of certain object or property or fund for the purposes other than that for which it intended. And misrepresentation can be described simply as a deceitful conduct. It is a false or misleading statement or conduct with the intention to deceive the consumers. So, for example, if we say that turmeric is from North Pole and not from India, so that's the very clear misappropriation. Now, we already know about turmeric case, but let me back to this case, because this is regarded as we regard this as one of the landmark cases in traditional knowledge protection. Turmeric is widely used for food, cosmetic, and medicine. Okay, turmeric has anti-inflammatory, choleratic, antimicrobial, and carminative actions. The main clinical target of turmeric usage are digestive organs. Turmeric is herbal medicine for rheumatoid arthritis, chronic anterior uveitis, conjunctivitis, skin cancer, smallpox, chickenpox, wound healing, wow, a lot, urinary tract infections and liver ailments, and also digestive disorder, reducing flatus, jaundice, menstrual disorder, colic, abdominal pain, and distension. In Ayurvedic tradition, turmeric is used to clean and strengthen body's energy, dispelling worms, improving digestion, regulating menstruations, and dissolving gallstones, and relieving arthritis. Now, the interesting thing about turmeric is because there was a case in 1993, United States Patent Office and Trademark Office, USPTO, granted a patent right on the use of turmeric or curcuma to the University of Mississippi Medical Center for healing purposes. Then the patent was challenged by the India's Council for Scientific and Industrial Research based on the lack of novelty, because we know the patent should have the highest newness degree, that is called a novelty. So the newness cannot be expected by the experts in the area. So it's very high level of newness. We call it not technical newness. We call it novelty. So there is a lack of novelty because the turmeric actually has been used from hundreds of years by Indian people to cure many ailments. So on August 1997, the USPTO ruled that the patent was invalid and the patent was revoked. From this case, we mock the case like this as a bad patent. Okay. Now, we've got also ayahuasca case. I'm sorry if I misspell it because it's a Latin American language. In 1968, USPTO again granted a patent right to Lauren Miller on an anti-cancer and psychotherapy substances that were claimed to be found in a strain of plant from ayahuasca species in Latin America, found in Latin America, in Amazon, indigenous people garden. Amazonians then submitted a formal request to the USPTO for patent re-examination. However, differently from turmeric case, the system to obtain a patent right in the United States of America and all over the world, actually, including I believe in Pakistan and Indonesia, was based on written evidence, whereas ayahuasca shamanist people and practitioners was exercised based on oral tradition. So there was no proper or enough written evidences about ayahuasca. So the ayahuasca case was won by Lauren Miller. The patent ended on July 17, 2003. So actually, for the Amazonians of Latin America, the strain of ayahuasca plant has been cultivated from generation to generations as a sacred plant. Not only a plant, but a sacred one. The plant is used to make a special drink called ayahuasca, which in the Latin American language of Quechua means the wine of the soul. If brewed with Psychotheria viridis leaves, ayahuasca drink could stimulate a mental shift of the drinker that is believed by the indigenous people in Amazon as a part of purification and spiritual transformation. I've heard that ayahuasca is banned in Central America, in the United States of America, but it is still used in its origins, and people love to come to experience the mental shift, the purification or spiritual transformation, they call it. Now, this is the very interesting and important case, Hoodia case. If ayahuasca is from Latin America, Hoodia case is the case from Africa. San people from the Kalahari Desert of South Africa have been using an indigenous succulent Hoodia for thousands of years. According to their indigenous law and protocol, they should be able to do the hunting without eating the animals they have hunted until they come back to their tribes, because it's improper if they come back to their tribes, only bring the remaining of the animals they've hunted, right? So chewing Hoodia helps them to suppress their appetite and maintain their energy to hunt in the desert. Substance in Hoodia is proved to be effectively used for dietary programs of losing weight. In 1930, San people shared this knowledge to the Dutch anthropologists, who then published it and influenced the South African Council of Scientific and Industrial Research to conduct a bioprospection on it, resulted in the inventions of P57 molecule in Hoodia as an appetite suppressant. We can expect that it's very successful. Okay, and then in 1999, through Patent Cooperation Treaty, CSIR was granted a patent by USPTO again for P57. This patent was then licensed to Pfizer, Phytopharm, and Unilever. Further research were conducted by Phytopharm, a UK-based company, and Unilever. The South African Sun Institute, an NGO established by Sun people, then partnered with the other NGO called Indigenous Minorities in Southern Africa, or WIMSA, then fought for benefit sharing based on United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity and Bonn guidelines. In that time, Nagoya Protocol hadn't been adopted, so they used Bonn guidelines. Even though Bonn guidelines was not a legally binding instrument, but in 2003, Sun communities reached benefit sharing agreement with GSIR. They were eligible to enjoy 6 until 8% of benefit sharing from further research and commercializations of P57 conducted by Phytopharm and Unilever that was estimated around 1 until 1.5 million US dollars. Huge. So based on the cases, the effort to put the importance on the danger of biopiracy as a kind of unjust enrichment has been tabled by a lot of countries, especially developing country and underdeveloped country in the southern hemispheres, including Indonesia, and of course South Africa and so forth. Nowadays, since the year of 2000 and up until now, the negotiations of creating the legally binding instrument to protect genetic resources is still ongoing in the World Intellectual Property Organization. It's really, really long and tough negotiation. I've been involved several times helping the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in those negotiations, and it was really, really tough. So we shift our effort if we cannot expect that the results of the WIPO negotiation will result in the legally binding instrument soon. We will start from our national levels, based on our national interest, based on our national context. Okay, so after that, Indonesia, for example, my country has been developed the sui generis provisions in several laws to cover the need to protect communal intellectual property rights, or of intellectual property rights those are held by community, including to protect traditional knowledge and traditional medicines. But in different forums, in UNCBD or United Nations Convention on Biodiversity forum, different story was happened, because in UNCBD forum of negotiation, the countries could resulted in the adoption of Nagoya Protocol and Cartagena Protocol. Firstly, Cartagena first, and then Nagoya. Cartagena Protocol is a legally binding protocol under the UNCBD. Those are concern of biosafety. Whereas Nagoya Protocol, this is one of the most important protocol regarding the economic value, because it regulates the fair and equitable benefit sharing, not only royalty, but many types of benefit sharing, monetary and non-monetary benefit sharing between the researchers or individual inventors with the providers of genetic resources, including indigenous and local communities of traditional knowledge. So in the Goya protocol, benefit sharing is regulated, how to proceed it, how to include the providers, and in the case of TK, for example, how to include the indigenous and local communities, how to get their prior informed consent before we start the research. For example, it is regulated in the Goya protocol, and it is a legally binding instrument. And in other fora as well, under United Nations, we've got ITPGRFA. It's under a Food and Agriculture Organization. It is a special treaty, international treaty for the protection of genetic resources for food and agriculture. And maybe some of you have heard about UNESCO conventions. Yeah, actually, professor is prominent expert of UNESCO convention. So in UNESCO, of course, we inscript the inscriptions covers one of the aspect or object can be inscripted in UNESCO conventions, traditional knowledge. But maybe it's different because we talk about different realm. If we would like to inscript a traditional knowledge under UNESCO system, it means that we give all of the knowledge to public domain for the humanity. So sometimes this is what we have to do because we need to develop new medicines, accessible medicines, or maybe we need to develop a more cheaper maybe rice or something, type of rice, how to cook the rice or something. So it is very essential that we have to inscript certain traditional knowledge to UNESCO. We give it to the public, so the public can enjoy, broader public can enjoy our TK more, and then they can help us to safeguard them. But we don't talk about economic value in UNESCO. So when we would like to develop the economic value, the exclusive right, or even inclusive right, but still economic ones, we have to shift to different legal forum. Those are WIPO or UNCBD, because in UNCBD and WIPO, we talk about benefit sharing, monetary benefit sharing, and material interest, and economic rights, and so forth. Okay. So in UNESCO, we give our traditional knowledge to the public, but maybe some of our traditional knowledge should be more be protected by a more system that is more exclusive, or maybe yeah, more inclusive or even inclusive, but we can add with economic value, because once we submit our TK to UNESCO forum, we give it to the public. Okay, there is no economic value in UNESCO. Now, please allow me to share a little bit experience about how we try to protect our TK in Indonesia. So first of all, we dreamt about making the single law about the protection of traditional knowledge and traditional cultural expressions. But after years, it could not happen because of the political factors. Because there was a competition between House of Senate and House of Representatives, and then it ended up that our draft could not be proceeded further. So some experts in Asia and our Director General of Intellectual Property those years, Professor Ahmad Ramli, decided to insert the protection of TK in patent law just like India's law do. Okay, because our effort to compose a kind of single law for TK was too difficult. So we've got article in patent law that acknowledge the innovation that is based on traditional knowledge and genetic resources. For them, the disclosure of origin is obligatory or compulsory. Okay, so we've got the sui generis provisions in laws on patent, especially Article 26, and trademarks and geographical indications. Why? Because nowadays our geographical indication protection systems have successfully protected the end products of the utilization of genetic resources, as well as traditional cultural expressions, actually. And in the description document or GI specification, we've safeguarded many traditional knowledge in the document descriptions to be living knowledge exercised by the holders of geographical indications. Okay, and in law of plant varieties, we've got Article 7 about local variety. So instead of making one law, okay, we try to make as many as possible, inserting provisions in all possible laws, existing laws. So the amendment is followed by the inserting provisions of the protection of TK. Okay, I know that we don't have the same history. Maybe in your country it's more appropriate and practicable to make a kind of standing sui generis law. Congratulations, but in the Indonesian context it's too difficult. So instead of that, we're inserting a lot of the protection of TK in a lot of laws. Okay, and we also have the laws on cultural development. So in there we put a special we call it the object of cultural development, named traditional knowledge. Okay, and then we also regulate patent in the national system of science and technology, and law on creative economy, and so forth. And we also ratify UNCBD, Cartagena Protocol, Nagoya Protocol, okay, ITP-GRFA, as well as Universal Declaration of Human Rights and its covenant with ensure that the right on traditional knowledge is not only merely a legal right, but a human right. So traditional knowledge, the right on traditional knowledge is also a human right, specifically a cultural. Now, so the national economic potential of TK and its protections can be to guarantee the equitable and fair sharing of material as well as moral benefits on the utilization of the TK, especially TK associated with genetic resources between the individual proprietor and the communal right holders based on prior informed consent and mutually agreed terms with the indigenous and local communities. And secondly, it can also to be used to protect communal moral rights that have economic value. Okay, and TK can also, the system of TK can also prevent and protect the right holders and consumers from misuse, misappropriation, and misrepresentation. And it can also be used to develop one of basis of national creative economy. It can be a tool of poverty alleviation and the basis of grassroots economy. It can be a tool of economic and social cultural inclusion, and it can also be a tool to develop a circular economy. Last, the global economic potential of TK and its protection can also enhance products from developing countries where most intellectual properties are held by indigenous and local communities to have a role in the global market. It can also enhance TK-based products. Those are affordable, eco-friendly, and safe. And it can also it can also be used to combat biopiracy and to eradicate bad patterns. Also, it can be used to protect exclusive right to use, right of custodianship of communal right holders, as well as inclusive rights of the communal rights holders, as well as members of TK support groups. It can also be used to preserve traditions and local culture from where a TK is originated in the global markets. It also can be used as a tool of shaping a niche market in international trade. The small market, but consists of many crazy rich consumers and devoted consumers, okay? And then it can also be used to attract legal, not illegal, but legal bioprospection, international investments, and international cooperations. So to close my presentation, I would like to cite the philosopher Hegel, who said that culture is not just a collection of individuals. Instead, it is a kind of collective subject, which is called human spirit or case. So this is a concept we bring to WIPO to make sure that the holders of intellectual property is not merely individuals. So the pole is not individuals' right and public domain, but in the middle, there are groups or communal proprietors or maybe stewardships or custodians of intellectual property. They are actually the holders of it. Okay. That's all I would like to table to you. I'm sorry if I've made some mistakes, and thank you very much for your kind attention. And I'm looking forward to discuss more about TK and the protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Miranda, for a very detailed and tacit presentation indeed. As you know, we'll be running out of time, so we will take question answers at the end. So we would request you to please stick around for the question answers. So our next speaker is Professor Dr. Nurul Bariza. Her title of her talk is Protection at the Global Level, Opportunities and Challenge, or Preservation of Plant Genetic Resources and Ethnomedical Knowledge for their use in the future. To introduce to you, Dr. Nurul has a Bachelor's of Law and Master's in Law.
Professor Dr. Nurul. Professor Dr. Nurul. That's
and she also holds a PhD. She holds a PhD from University of Technology, Sydney. She has served as she is the Professor of International Law at Faculty of Law, University of Airlangga, Indonesia. Besides her academic position, she has experience to work as a vice dean and dean from 2010 to 2020. Just to briefly let you know her work. Due to her work in the field of for the development of law and well-being of the society in Indonesia, she has been awarded with Presidential Medal from President of Republic of Indonesia for her commitment of 20 years as lecturer or a civil servant in 2016. With this, I would request Professor Dr. Nurul to kindly proceed with her presentation. Thank you.
Share this. Okay. Halo, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can all of you hear my voice?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, very clear. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Very good afternoon for all of you, His Excellency Mr. Adam M. Tugio, Ambassador of the Republic Indonesia to Pakistan, His Excellency Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Haudari, Coordinator General of comstech, distinguished speakers, participants, scholar, presenter to this seminar from different countries. Nice to meet all of you, although it's just only through online Zoom. Ladies and gentlemen, honestly, I would like to thank and express my sincere gratitude to His Excellency Mr. Adam M. Tugio for inviting me to this to talk in this very important seminar. It is a great honor for me to be asked to deliver my talks and ideas in this seminar on the herbal and traditional medicine, a sustainable alternate for the greener future. My topic, as you've seen here, is about the protection at global level, opportunity and challenges of IPR or presentation of plant genetic resources and ethno-medical knowledge for their use in the future. Let's starting with my opening remarks. Before I explain further about what is the potential protection of the plant genetic resources and ethno-medical knowledge for preservation and also for the future of our generation. In this opening remark, I would like to say that a quotation from the Christopher Fuso and Jonathan Mansur that actually IP law exists to improve the quality of people by providing creation and innovation that make them better off. So based on this remark, actually we are all already know that IPR or intellectual property rights shall provide contribution to the quality of people life, including patent, plant varieties protection, by creating a balanced protection between the user and innovator of technology as provided by the TRIP agreement. And in this context, IP law shall not be used in a manner that disadvantages the people. It's not only less what we call disadvantaged people like indigenous people or local people or communities, particularly local people which have developed certain type of traditional medicine based on their knowledge. I would like to move to what is happening at the global stage about the protection of plant genetic resources and related traditional knowledge. It has been actually 20 years ago, WIPO established what we call Intergovernmental Committee on Plant Genetic Resources on the protection on genetic resources, traditional knowledge and folklore. And in this next December, the committee will have 45 session, but the problem is that the progress is not too far from the compilation material on the databases relating to genetic resources and associated traditional knowledge. And the second is about the disclosure regime relating to the genetic resources and associated traditional knowledge. While at the beginning, when this committee was first established in 2020, this would like to develop and establish international legal instrument that binding, and it would provide effective protection of genetic resources and traditional knowledge to address IP aspect related to the access and benefit sharing from the use of such resources. And then what is the stake now that has been discussed by a number of scholars, whether in the level of international or in the level of national or local, is the two idea of positive and defensive protection. When we talk about the positive protection, it means that we are going to talk about the grant of intellectual property right over the subject matter of traditional medicinal knowledge or ethno-medicinal knowledge. And through this positive protection, it can help the community to prevent others from gaining illegitimate access through traditional medicinal knowledge or using it for commercial gain without equitable benefit sharing. And this also enable active exploitation of traditional medicinal knowledge by originating community itself, like a build up its own enterprise based on that traditional knowledge. But the second protection is the protection through defensive one. It means that defensive does not provide grand IP right over traditional knowledge, but try to stop how such right from being acquired by third parties by like a strategy of documentation, to have a capacity to oppose on invalidate the pattern on the crime invention that are not directly based on the such knowledge. So until now, we are still in the context of how to provide positive and defensive protection on the traditional medicinal knowledge and also genetic resources. And then let's move to the what is actually defensive protection that has been developed at the international level, that has been discussed in the international level, and how WIPO in this context has established a system that can be used to in the international patent qualification to category of traditional knowledge which cover traditional herbal medicine. It was conducted in 2006, and the WIPO oleh success also success in the change to the minimum patent documentation and the international patent qualification to improve serve for prior art and prevent from being granted in error. So, but of course, this defensive protection is not what I say without weaknesses or without concern from others, scholar or what stakeholder. Many say that documentation can also use to promote the damage of the community interest. Can promote or can damage the community interest depending on how the documentation is carried out. And in addition to that, documentation is also can be used to strengthen, intellectual property rights, or it can also lead to the loss of traditional medicinal knowledge. So there is pro and cons, and there is concern about the documentation of traditional knowledge. Even there is many countries in the world that also starting on has already established documentation of traditional medicinal knowledge as a part of defensive protection. So like India, that has been explained by my colleague, Dr. Miranda, on how a traditional digital library in India has been developed as a defense protection. But we would like also to consider that documentation does not mean and also does not ensure legal protection for underlying traditional knowledge. This documentation also does not prevent traditional knowledge from being used by third parties. The example for India is, that provide a good strategy in which that traditional digital knowledge in India is not open to the public, and the patent officer must not reveal the content of traditional digital knowledge to any third party with the purpose to protect India's interest against possible misuse. This probably the why traditional knowledge which has been documented cannot be misused by the other parties. Let's move to another important aspect of what we call is defensive protection, that is disclosure requirement. This disclosure requirement is one of the important mechanism for the defensive protection that has been developed or discussed in the international level, in the WIPO, Intergovernmental Committee on traditional knowledge protection on generic resources, traditional knowledge, and folklore. But this disclosure requirement, the development of such what we call is discussion, is leave some aspect that remain still unresolved until now. So, like the discussion about whether the disclosure requirement shall be mandatory or voluntary, whether it is should be at the national level or at the international level, and how disclosure can be as a trigger or proximity. And the discussion also continue to the difficulties when if the case is exceptional, like the source of origin is unknown. The further unresolved issue is about administrative or substantial, whether the disclosure is part of administrative policy that be embedded in the application of patent law, or it is substantial that is subject to what we call patent examiner to exercise whether this is substantial or not. And the addition to that is about the evidence, which evidence that can be accepted. What is the form of evidence? And also the discussion about the difficulties of the disclosure requirement, because this disclosure can lead additional burden on applicant and also burden to patent examiners. So there are also still a number of unresolved issues, particularly in the context of sanction. That issue is include how if the patent applicant failed to disclose, it can be categories of fraudulent disclosure or not, or what is the sanction, whether the sanction should be provide the sanction within the patent system, or should we provide the sanction if failed to disclosure, or if not fully disclosure outside the patent system, the sanction. So in addition to that, there is also some unresolved issue in the context of the preventing publication of stop application into the public domain, and in related also to the effect of the priority date, or if there is a problem with disclosure, or if the parties who are going to apply patent for traditional knowledge related to medicine, for example, did not provide a disclosure, and then in one day it found there was a problem there, a problem of dishonest or something like that, can the patent can be revoked or something like that. And in addition to that, there is also issue about the assignment of the right, and also what sanction, what type of sanction that can be given and can be provided under the law, whether it is just only limited to civil sanction is enough, or criminal sanction as well. So there has been a number of issues that has not been settled yet under the international forum, and many countries in the world try to establish their own disclosure principles. Some of those use the mandatory disclosure. Some of these are not mandatory, but just only voluntary disclosure. Some of use also argue that mandatory international disclosure is also very important to be discussed under international level, on the basis that there are a number of justification for that, in which they argue that by using mandatory international disclosure, it promote knowledge diffusion at the global level, and also stakeholder diffusion, and cross-border innovation also increasingly become the norm. And in addition to that, there is also multiple fora and different regime address the genetic resources latent traditional knowledge. And the last is about the moral and ethical imperative for this international mandatory disclosure. But in this context, there is also, if we're going to implement mandatory international disclosure, so there is challenges at national implementation, but I think National Patent Office as a gatekeeper of the patent protection will deal with this issue. And ladies and gentlemen, let's move to some issue that we are still in the context of the mandatory disclosure. There are, as I talked earlier, there are pros and cons about the mandatory disclosure. Although, as I said, that in some national law of patent already provide mandatory disclosure, and some of them going to increase from voluntary disclosure into the mandatory disclosure, but there are still pros and cons in this context. So this is pros and cons for this mandatory disclosure. That international baseline promote certainty and coherency if there is a mandatory disclosure, and also speed of knowledge. I said promote competition, reveal information unknown to other. So this is a very good one. This in line with the idea of patent system is to open everything to the public, and also to ensure appropriate copyright boundaries, to explain invention, and many aspects. But there is someone or some scholar who cons in this mandatory disclosure by saying that this is become a burden from the patent applicant, and also this mandatory disclosure will affect the validity of patent right, and also may discourage research in some field. But the last thing, the last argument about those who are cons to this idea is that disclosure will not fix everything. But this is, of course, is very right. Yeah, disclosure is not fix everything. So let's move to the another aspect that Another aspect of the protection of plant genetic resources and traditional medicinal knowledge or ethnomedicine by using positive what we call is positive approach, yeah, or positive protection. In this positive protection, as we already realized that some of conventional intellectual property rights provide the opportunity to protect traditional medicinal knowledge and as well as plant genetic resources. The first is about patent law, and the second is about trade secret, and the third is trademark, geographical indication, copyright, and then the sui generis protection as provided by Article 27 3B of the TRIP agreement. So this picture show the variety of what we call is traditional herb in Indonesia that all use a trademark, yeah. So it can be protected under trademark. And then let's move one by one. What is challenges for traditional medicinal knowledge and plant genetic resources can be protected under patent law, and what is the actually challenges that faced by such knowledge. The first, I believe that my colleague Dr. Miranda already talked about this. The first is about lack of novelty. In this context, why it can be argued as lack of novelty, because the holder of traditional medicinal knowledge can nevertheless face significant obstacle in satisfying the condition required to obtain patent, especially novelty and inventiveness. Many traditional medicinal knowledge has been used for generations, disseminated it in local community, and documented in publicly available resources. This medicine might fail to qualify for patent protection for lack of novelty. And besides lack of novelty, it can also fail to fulfill inventive step, in which inventive step is also very important to get patent protection as the one of the important threshold as well. Why it's a lack of inventive step? Because traditional medical knowledge or herbal medicine typically comprise natural product in their raw material, and it can be difficult to claim that the remedy involves an inventive step. Identifying how the claim invention differ from prior art can also be problematic, but pharmaceutical drug derived from natural product usually involve some form of alteration and purification, which might be considered a novel and inventive step, making the drug available to patent protection. So even there is difficult to fulfill inventive step, but there is still possibility to prove it to some traditional medicinal knowledge to have an inventive step. But honestly, this is very challenging. And there is some cases that patent-based traditional medicinal knowledge can also be granted, like patent based on maca, a traditional Peruvian food and medicine first cultivated by the Incas, and also patent based on kava, a medical plant first domesticated in the Vanuatu. And I would like also to share how China provide a patent protection to new traditional medicine based on the product, method, and the process, and the new use of traditional medicine, including herbal preparation, extract from the herbal medicine, food containing herbal medicine and method for the preparing herbal medicine. The way of China do to provide protection for new traditional medicine based on the product and many other methods can be used as the best practice for all countries in the world, particularly in Pakistan, in Indonesia, to develop the same thing, because it very good for China, and then this can lead to the what we call is the growing number of patent granted based on the traditional medicine in China. And China is, as we realize that this country is one of the exporter of traditional, one of the biggest exporter of traditional medicine that has been recognized worldwide. And let's move to another aspect of intellectual property right, which has potential to protect plant genetic resources and ethno-medicinal knowledge or traditional medicine that are trade secret. Although we realize that it is not easy, yeah, but we should consider that this traditional medicinal knowledge holder can choose not disclose their knowledge and keep it secret. So in this context, this potential to be protected in the form of trade secret. And in some communities, traditional medicinal knowledge is known and transmitted only to individual healer and not to the community and at large. So this is also potential for trade secret law to protect it. And then, of course, trademarks can also help the consumer to identify product with preferred characteristics as specific brand of herbal medicine. Trademark also have been used to market product based on traditional medicinal knowledge such as Tuang Son Balsam. It's very well known worldwide. It derived from Vietnam. And we also need to realize when we going to asking or not asking, seeking protection through trademark, this trademark can help distinguish authentic good, but they don't provide third parties for using traditional knowledge without the trademark or under the different marks. And of course, trademark cannot be used to protect traditional medicinal knowledge itself. So there is also what we call is weaknesses on how this trademark match with the to protect genetic resources and traditional medicinal knowledge. And then geographical indication. Geographical indication, as Dr. Miranda said, that it identifies product as having characteristics associated with their place of origin. Geographical indication in this context can use to distinguish product based on ethno-medical knowledge or based on traditional medical knowledge specific to a location, but they cannot protect against the same use of ethno-medical knowledge that is not associated with the place. And geographical indication can be used only for the protection of product based on ethno-medical knowledge, not to the knowledge itself, that we have to realize that. I saw in this picture medicinal plant with geographical indication text that is Navara rice or Oryza sativa. In addition to that, there is also effort and approach that has been developed by some countries to adopt sui generis laws specifically to protect traditional medicinal knowledge. Thailand, for example, provide protection and promotion on traditional Thai medical intelligence products, which protect formulas of the traditional Thai drug and text on the traditional Thai medicine. But we have to realize that for this sui generis law, only those who have registered the IP right can develop and produce drug using traditional medicinal knowledge. And the last thing is the copyright. these copyrights can be used to protect the documentation, not to protect the traditional medicinal knowledge, also plant genetic resources, but to protect the documentation. As we already know that documentation is part of the what we call defensive protection. So all the documents that provide traditional medicinal knowledge, whether in the form of book, database, scientific writing, article, film, audio recording, picture, manuscript, and etc., can be protected under copyright. The accurate documentation of plant genetic resources and traditional medicinal knowledge also offer written evidence of the ownership in the case if there is a lawsuit happen. But of course, this without weaknesses, as we realize that this documentation of traditional knowledge and related to medicine, as well as genetic resources, particularly plant genetic resources, has less effective in advancing the anti-piracy agenda and preventing others from appropriating it without PIC, pure informed consent, disclosure of origin, and benefit sharing. So, ladies and gentlemen, participants of this seminar, non-IP law exists to protect plant genetic resources and ethno-medical knowledge, but they are all has limited and weaknesses. That they are not perfect, yeah, in providing the protection. And at the international level, as I already explained, there is many difficulties on how to implement it, particularly on how national law should address some issue of the biopiracy. So we have to seek another alternative, another strategy, and another approach on how to use non-IP laws as a part to prevent biopiracy and to provide benefit for the local people. There is another ways through biopartnership contract and benefit sharing contract. So whatever the name, we call it a contract, whether it is biopartnership or benefit sharing. We in this developing biopartnership contract and benefit sharing contract, sell in line with the principle that provided by International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and as well as Nagoya Protocol on Fair and Equitable Benefit Sharing. I would like to show example of contract law that has been developed and it was succeed, yeah, as Bu Miranda already told and explained to us about Sons People Agreement on HODIA that can ensure that the grant of IP right and access to traditional medicinal knowledge is based on the PIC and benefit sharing. And another one is about the traditional hero of Samoa, acknowledging in benefit sharing agreement concerning the development of prostatin, an anti-AIDS compound derived from Samoan native mammal tree. So there are a number of examples that a patent law can be implemented rightfully to promote preservation of the genetic resources and traditional medicinal knowledge or traditional ethno-medicine. But in the biopartnership and benefit sharing contract, we shall also consider many principles. The first principle that we have to consider is that the benefits shall be shared with the people, community, and population of the country from which the sample of plant genetic resources and ethno-medical knowledge are obtained. So the benefit shall not be held by the government, but shall be shared by the local people. And if the benefit is shared by local people, so and it implement effectively, this can be used for the preservation and also instrument for poverty alleviation. There is also important consideration that should be taken when we going to draft biopartnership and benefit sharing contract, that the contract shall be drafted to ensure fairness. Both the short and long-term benefit from the use of plant genetic resources, not only in the form of financial benefit, but also other like education, training for local people. So through this contract can promote realization of the value of conservation, sustainable development, and equity. And contract, of course, shall not be standardized because it is uneasy to standardize such type of contract of partnership and benefit sharing. But contract can be negotiated case by case basis as long as the process of negotiation is effective and fair. Then let's move to the conclusion of what I'm talk this afternoon is about intellectual property right actually has provide some what we call tool for the protection of plant genetic resources and traditional medicinal knowledge.
Professor, I'm very sorry to interrupt. You have 2 minutes to conclude, please. Thank you.
Yes, this my last PPT, and sorry, I'm going to repeat again that actually intellectual property right, some conventional IP right like patent and trademark, geographical indication, plant new plant varieties right can be used to protect plant genetic resources and traditional medicinal knowledge. But of course, it not without challenges. It is provide opportunity, but the number of challenges for the protection of traditional medicinal knowledge under the patent law and new plant varieties is a real discourage many nations or many traditional people to apply for patent protection due to unavailability to show the novelty and inventiveness step in which if they apply for patent protection. And in addition to that, while we asking binding international law to deal with that issue, this global effort has not yet to reach a significant conclusion until now. What we already realized and understand, the result is just only defensive protection, that documentation, and also what we call another beside documentation is database and documentation on traditional knowledge and also set up a database for that, and also mandatory disclosure requirement or not mandatory, but what we call is voluntary disclosure requirement. That the result that has been established by global effort that has been set up or has been discussed in the WIPO. So it would be better if the state use biopartnership.
I'm very sorry to interrupt. We have an online speaker, so just a last concluding remark, please.
Yeah, it would be better if state use biopartnership and benefit sharing contract not only to preserve plant genetic resources and traditional medicinal knowledge, but also to reduce poverty as long as the contract are prepared fairly in line with international principle provided by International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, CPD, and Nagoya Protocol. Thank you very much for your understanding. Probably I'm use extra time, more than 2 minutes, but we are happy if there is time for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have our next speaker, Professor Dr. May Azavi. Her title for talk is Plant-Derived Polyphenols as Therapeutic Intervention Strategies in the Treatment of Cardiovascular Disease. Dr. May is a reader and an associate professor in physiology and nanomedicine at Manchester Metropolitan University, UK. She is a deputy lead of cardiovascular research group and team lead within the scientist training program. She is a fellow of Higher Education Academy, UK, and has published several books and chapters and have over 70 peer-reviewed journal articles to date. She's a committee member of the British Society for Cardiovascular Research, a trustee of the British Society of Nanomedicine. With this, I request Professor May for her talk, please. Professor May, you have 20 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to join you this afternoon. Thank you for the invitation to speak and to share our latest research. I'm based at the Department of Life Sciences at Manchester Met University in the United Kingdom. We lead research in the cardiovascular field, and we have a special interest in therapeutic intervention strategies. So my talk will focus on the use of the plant-derived polyphenol resveratrol and its analog tetramethoxystilbene. So I'm going to start by giving you a little bit of background information. Let's see, here we go. Our research focuses on cardiovascular disease, which remains a major cause of morbidity and mortality worldwide. Now, because of improved diagnostics and therapeutics, more patients are surviving a cardiac event. And so the events are preventable. And cardiac rehabilitation after a cardiac event is a key recommendation in the United Kingdom's National Institute for Health and Care Excellence. So this is the NICE. The cardiac rehab is a multidisciplinary intervention, which includes exercise and physical activity. However, there's poor patient compliance and obviously an interest in alternative interventions, including diet change to have more fruit and vegetables. Now, a key feature in the cardiovascular disease and associated risk factors is what we call endothelial dysfunction. And so blood vessels, as you can see on the left-hand side, they're lined by a very delicate layer of endothelial cells, as you can see in the electron micrograph here. So these endothelial cells release a variety of mediators that modulate the diameter of the blood vessels, and consequently, they control and modulate the degree of perfusion into the tissues to ensure that blood supply is matched to demand. And so in vascular injury, there's increased reactive oxygen species, which means that there is a reduction in the overall production of vasodilators. The vessels are more constricted. And this is why there's an interest in antioxidants. And so the interest of our group is in the restoration of blood vessel function and looking at strategies for targeted delivery. Of specific interest is the use of nutraceuticals. And one of these is resveratrol. So resveratrol is a product that is naturally produced by plants in response to pathogen infection. And in vitro studies have demonstrated that resveratrol has very potent antioxidant as well as anti-inflammatory activity. In vivo studies have confirmed that there is cardioprotective effects, and these include a reduction in blood pressure, an increase in nitric oxide levels. So the schemata on the right-hand side illustrates some of the key mechanisms of action of resveratrol. So resveratrol is a sirtuin activator and AMP activator. It also activates enzymes like endothelial nitric oxide synthase to increase the production of nitric oxide and lead to increased vasodilation. And so one of the studies that we conducted was to look at cardiac rehab patients. We did a crossover trial. So we supplemented these patients with 330 milligrams of resveratrol. So this was 3 times a day over a 3-day period. And what we did was we measured the brachial artery flow-mediated dilator responses before and after the supplementation in this cohort of patients. And what we find, if you look at the graphs on the right, so looking at percentage flow-mediated dilation, making the comparison between the placebo and the resveratrol for all of the patients, is that we find there's no overall difference. However, if we stratify patients according to the revascularization approach that was used, so comparing percutaneous coronary intervention patients with those after coronary artery bypass, we find that in the coronary artery bypass patients, there's very little flow-mediated dilator capacity in the vessels, but when we supplement with the resveratrol, there's a significant improvement in dilator capacity. And so we find that the resveratrol supplementation selectively improves dilator responses in CABG patients. Now, clinical studies on resveratrol have been controversial, and there may be a number of reasons for this. And this can include, obviously, methodological variation, but also the fact that there's low bioavailability and poor solubility of resveratrol. And so we wanted to know whether resveratrol had actually direct effects on blood vessel function. And so the next thing that we did was to use ex vivo studies. So we isolated femoral arteries from young and aged mice, and we used the technique of pressure myography. So in this technique, we're able to mount vessels within the chamber. The chamber is perfused constantly with oxygenated solution, physiological salt solution. And we're able to have this over an inverted microscope, and we can visualize the vessel wall, and using a data acquisition system, we're able to monitor the change in diameter as a function of time in real time. And so we looked at the percentage dilation in relation to agonist stimulation. So we used acetylcholine. This is an endothelial dependent agonist. And we find that when we supplement with resveratrol, there is improvement in the dilation for both the vessels from both the young and the aged mice. We used pharmacological inhibition studies in order to demonstrate that nitric oxide and endothelial dependent hyperpolarization are major components of that dilation. We also show that there's differential effects on vasodilator function. And when we looked at using HPLC analysis, we found that as the resveratrol was actually incubated over that 1 hour in the pressure myography, there was a a reduction in concentration by about 27%. And this again highlights the low stability of resveratrol. And so we were wondering, how can we improve the stability of the drug? And can we smuggle in the resveratrol using nanoparticles as drug delivery platforms? So firstly, we wanted to establish that the nanoparticles that contained resveratrol, we wanted to know that nanoparticles are very quickly taken up by the vessel wall. And indeed, if you look on the right-hand side, this is a section taken through the vessel wall, and these very dark structures are silica nanoparticles that are very quickly taken up into the cytoplasm of these endothelial cells. So we wanted to establish the biosafety, of course, and we used a variety of material compositions. And in particular, we were interested in looking at mesoporous silica nanoparticles, titania coating. And so we published quite a bit in this area. And one of these is Acta Biomaterialia, looking at the mesoporous silica. In terms of sustainability, obviously, we were also interested in looking at organic nanoparticles. And a particular nanoparticle that we're interested in is the nanostructured lipid carriers. So we tested those. We loaded these nanostructured lipid carriers with resveratrol. So we did this work in collaboration with Linda Singh over in University of UCLan. And so we tested those using coronary arteries that were isolated from the rats. And so, as you can see here, there is quite a significant improvement in dilation if the vessels are in an oxidative environment. And we used inhibition studies to actually demonstrate that the potentiation of the dilation induced by the resveratrol is via nitric oxide and the AMPK pathway. So this was work that my student Kai Astley did, and the work was published in Biomedicines last year. Another area of particular interest is to look at the resveratrol analogs. And one of the key analogs that we're interested in is what we call tetramethoxystilbene. So this is the methylated analog. It is 1,000 times more potent than resveratrol, but it is also a CYP1B1 inhibitor. There are CYP1B1 inhibitors like the drug carvedilol, which is FDA approved, but this one here is based on the resveratrol analog. What TMS does is that it can prevent the production of 20-HET, which is a very potent vasoconstrictor and is also an activator of NADPH oxidase. And so therefore it can prevent ROS production. And so we did this work in collaboration with Linda Harris at Manchester University. And so we produced about 150 nanometer TMS loaded liposomes. And so we characterized these liposomes carefully. And we also used HPLC in order to assess the stability of TMS. And what we find is that in TMS loaded lipos, there's no overall change over a 4-hour period. Whereas if we look at the solution, then this was significantly reduced. So we were happy that actually by encapsulating the TMS in the liposomes, we were maintaining the stability of this drug. And so we wanted to see whether these TMS-loaded liposomes can restore dilator capacity in the isolated vessels from coronary artery disease patients. And so normally patients who have coronary artery disease end stage, they have surgical intervention, and the surgeons use saphenous vein grafts, but because of their poor patency and graft failure, the internal mammary arteries are a better alternative. Now, the issue when the individual has hypertension, that there is poor dilation of these IMAs. And so the current clinical management is that after the CABG surgery, these patients are still administered vasodilators. And so our aim of this particular study was to define the dilator responses of these internal mammary arteries that are isolated from hypertensive CABG patients, and to assess the effect of TMS-loaded lipos on the dilator function, and to examine the mechanisms involved. So we hypothesized that these TMS lipos can reduce the oxidative state and they can potentiate nitric oxide, therefore improving the patency of these vessels. So what we did was we took these, obviously after ethics approval, we took these isolated IMAs. These were mounted within an organ bath, and the endothelial dependent and independent responses assessed before and after addition of the TMS lipo. So if you look on the graph on the right here, you find that there's actually very, very little dilator capacity. But when we add the TMS lipo, there is actually a significant improvement in endothelial dependent dilation. The endothelial independent dilation was preserved. And so what we show is that their TMS lipos significantly reduced the cellular and mitochondrial superoxide, and they also increased the relative fluorescence of the nitric oxide levels, as you can see in this graph here. So fluorescence intensity of the red DHE superoxide signal is, as you can see on the right, is actually here. This is a significant reduction in the hypertensive vessel when we add the TMS lipo. When we add the blank lipo, there is no reduction. So if you look on the right-hand side, you can see there's intimal hyperplasia, and also there's lack of a continued endothelial layer, as shown by the red fluorescence. So these are very diseased vessels. And so therefore, it is very difficult to assess the dilator component and exactly how these TMS lipos are improving the dilation. And this is why we went on to look at coronary arteries, murine coronary arteries. Again, we used the pressure myography. So we mounted these vessels within the very fine glass cannulae. And we started by pressure elevation in order to generate an oxidative environment. And we looked at initial responses, initial dilator responses, and then we looked at sustained dilator responses after a 4-hour period. So there's a little video here that kind of illustrates quite nicely how we actually can monitor and track the walls of these vessels, and also to be able to look at the change in diameter in real time. So this is a coronary vessel that is mounted, and we can actually have a look and see how we can track the actual diameter. So I hope you're able to actually see that video. And so therefore then, what we find is that the 1-hour pressure elevation actually led to a significant reduction in the endothelial-dependent dilation. This is the orange line. And when we use antioxidants like SOD, when we use NADPH oxidase inhibitors, apocyanin, we can see there's actually significant improvement. So this graph on the left illustrates that actually by elevating pressure, we do generate an oxidative environment. And so then when we add TMS lipo, again, we see a significant improvement. So these are initial responses. And this is the comparison between TMS lipo and TMS solution. So we can actually see that there's improvement for both of them. What's more interesting is that when we look at sustained responses after 4 hours, it is the TMS lipo that actually demonstrate that significant improvement, but not the TMS solution. Again, demonstrating that actually there's a significant improvement in the stability of the drug when we encapsulate in the liposomes. Okay, and so then we used inhibition studies. Because there's a wide audience, I'm not going to go into the detail of that. But using pharmacological inhibition studies of the different pathways, so nitric oxide pathway, the endothelial-dependent hyperpolarization, and the COX pathway, we can actually show that actually there is a significant role for nitric oxide and some role for endothelial-dependent hyperpolarization that is potentiated by the TMS liposomes. We used further inhibition studies to demonstrate a significant role for the AMPK, but not for the sirtuins. And so the schemata illustrates the potential pathways that link to endothelial-dependent hyperpolarization in order to improve vessel dilation. So this work was conducted by one of my other PhD students, Aziza Zarbalawi, and she's published this work in the journal Pharmaceutics a few months ago. And this publication, in fact, is part of the special issue on sustainable materials in drug delivery and tissue engineering. And so therefore, to conclude, there's mounting evidence to suggest a protective and therapeutic role for polyphenols and their analogues, and in particular, the liposomal encapsulated TMS. So this schemata on the left illustrates possible mechanisms of action of how TMS is working and how it's actually influencing the dilator capacity. So there is a possible use in the use of the liposome encapsulated TMS as a promising therapeutic intervention strategy to restore dilator capacity in cardiovascular disease and in hypertension. So finally, of course, all of this work is not possible without the hard work of the PhD students and the postdoctoral associates, in particular the work of Aziza Zarbalawi, Kai Asli, Ali Shakur, and Tiba Mohammed, Asima Farouk, who did a lot of the work on the mesos, and of course the postdoctoral associates, Elis Marzia and Vijay Parekh. And of course, the work is done in collaboration with a number of investigators, both nationally and internationally. And of course, I give thanks to the charities and the bodies that funded all the work. So thank you all for listening. If you're interested in contacting me, this is the email at the bottom here. So I'm interested in forging collaborations with you and happy to discuss this further. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor May, for a wonderful talk. With this, we come to end of our first technical session. Now we will go for a lunch break, and we will assemble here at 2:30. And for the second technical session of this event, I would like to thank all our speakers for the first technical session for their very kind contribution. Thank you very much.